Board of Education regular meeting to order. Let's review and approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Jen. Is there a second? Mandy? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Agenda is approved. Public comments. The board has set aside time at the beginning and end of regular meetings for public comments for members of the public to share their views on matters involving the Wilton Public Schools and to help inform the board's decisions on such matters. The board considers the views of citizens in its deliberations and welcomes and appreciates public comment. The board listens to public comment thoughtfully and with interest. The board, however, generally does not respond to public comment during board meetings by offering commentary or asking questions. 2 minutes will be allotted to each speaker. Given the interest in tonight's agenda, the initial comment period will run for 30 minutes. For the record, please give your name and address. Board Secretary Nicola Davies will keep track of each speaker's 2 minutes and will signal when time. The board also invites commentators and the public to contact the board or the superintendent directly with any specific questions or comments. The board, through the chair and the superintendent, may respond to questions and comments offered during public comment or shared directly, and in responding, may also direct members of the public to appropriate staff for a response. I believe there's a podium directly behind Principal Higgins with a microphone, and if people want to make a public statement, they're more than welcome. We also, in 15 minutes' time, I'd like to turn to Zoom to make sure that we give adequate attention to people who are trying to make a comment over Zoom.
That door has to stay open. Thanks.
Public comments? Please.
My name is Monty Du, 82 Massey Bridge Road. The proposed block scheduling has several issues. The length of teaching sessions will approximately double from 43 minutes to about 88 minutes. Can middle school age students keep their attention that long? Most adults don't even have attention spanning over an hour. That's why most business meetings are scheduled for 1 hour only. The total instruction time for English reading and writing will be cut approximately in half. This has not been fully explained to the public. It is why teachers will be laid off. Besides the negative impact on teachers' morale, it is concerning that the students will receive reduced teaching on English language, which is one of the most important things that the schools can teach. There will not be an increase in instruction time in mathematics as promised. Rather, there will be slightly reduction by cutting the statistics. The skills blocks are highly questionable as there's no detailed implementation plan, nor precedents in neighboring school districts. The purpose of the block schedule is obviously to reduce budget by reducing the instruction time. Forecasted reduction in middle school student population is not an excuse. Whether there's 500 students or 1,000 students, each student should still receive adequate instruction time. If the budget is the issue and must be reduced, perhaps the teachers' coaches can be reduced as suggested by some. Teachers are trained professionals. If they need continuing education, can be done by attending external training sessions. Law firms do not keep lawyers' coaches in-house. In conclusion, block scheduling has not been fully vested and has several apparent issues. It should not be approved at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Amanda Patania. I live at 85 Chicken Street and I hate public speaking. I have 3 children in the Wilton Public Schools, 2 of them at Middlebrook. I've already written to the board to give my opinion on the proposed schedule change. My opinions have not changed. For the past 8 years, I was Wilton School's biggest cheerleader and I volunteered countless hours. This is the first time I have been truly disappointed. The choices our superintendent laid out to the board during the January 26th budget meeting to either vote in the new Middlebrook schedule or staff will still be reduced. The teams will be broken apart, make changes to strides, and it will generally be chaos since there isn't a plan in place. This leaves our board with an impossible decision, which borders on blackmail and fear-mongering. I still feel this schedule change will be to the detriment of our 5th, 6th, and 7th graders. They have had 1 year of normal learning in the past 4 years. Please let them have time to catch up and be stable before making changes again. Our children are adaptable, but only to a point. They are not words, social emotional on a page. They are actually being affected by these changes. They are not statistics, targets, or grades on a page. They are our children, and they deserve better than rushed ideas. Slow down, ask more questions, listen to the parents and the staff you represent. Do what is best for the children, not the budget.
What's that echo?
My name is Xiaoming Wang, and my girl go to Silent Mill. First of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for the great service, and also the opportunity for me to raise my concern on the block schedule. And I have three points. One is the teachers and parents' involvement. I heard from the school district that they've been researching for years, but when they invite parents and teachers to this process, so that their opinion can be heard. And the expert that I heard an article from the National Education Association talk about a process should be involve all the parties, and typically will take 2 years, an optimal for the process of this scale to be implemented. And I heard like 10% of the teachers support this idea. Really concerns me. Second point is 41-minute class is already stretched for a typical student attention span. Make it longer is not wise. Because first of all, in hope that the student can be engaged in a deep dive discussion, not wise. And it's also pressure to the teacher to design a longer period of class. And that's also, it will be very difficult, challenging for the teacher. And also the other thing is about the skill block. There's no clarity to provide to us about what can be happening during that block of time. And we want to receive some general description what can be done. Unless we can see a concrete way and play out, and then we can feel comfortable to have this implemented. Or invite a demo class, or invite experienced teachers from other schools to provide more insights. I think that would be very helpful for us to decide whether we can receive real benefits. The last point is, I think, the major one. I think other friends also talk about is the reduction of the math. The claim to increase, but actually reduce the math time, and also reading and writing time as well by combining, reduced by half. You know, this is state core standard to have the reading and the writing skill, and it's so important to our kids. Reduction is not wise, and I really hope that the board can consider my all the concerns. Thanks so much.
Dear Chair DeLuca, members of the Board of Education. My name is Yan. I've been a resident for over 10 years, living at 164 Manor Street. So as a parent of 4th and 7th graders, I'm very disappointed and strongly oppose a proposal to cut our robust ELA program and cut our wonderful teachers in the schedule change. So the new schedule combines reading and writing, but eliminates overall class time by half. The difference is our students will have 88 minutes every 2 days compared to 166 minutes now. It's definitely not just the schedule change. The reading and writing in the middle school are absolutely critical to help students help lifelong skills and strategies that can be applied to everyday situations for the rest of their lives. We should keep the current 84 minutes every day, either in 2 periods or in 1 ELA block every day. I want to point out that we are not the only middle school in our DRG to separate reading and writings. Darien Middle School also have 2 classes with 2 different teachers, total 83 minutes every day. The first year in New Canaan Middle School also have 2 courses. Westport has double periods for core courses once every week. That's the reason they are consistently ranking high in the top schools as we are. How much confidence our school have on the academic success by cutting 50% ELA curriculum? How to justify that less teachers with less instruction time will reach our academic success? The schools emphasized that one key object was to create a longer instructional periods, especially for ELA and math. Unfortunately, the overall math time is also reduced. It's obviously going the opposite direction. But I truly trust and support our school and believe that the school can figure out and scale back the version that aspect the reduced ELA and math instruction time and retain our wonderful teachers. If we don't have budget for any improvements, let at least maintain our current education system for academic success and social emotional well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Dew, and I live at 82 Musket Ridge Road. I'm a student at Wilton High and a former student at Middlebrook. As such, I feel that having experienced both the 43-minute period schedule and the 88-minute period schedule, I can safely say that 88 minutes is far too long for middle school students. As a person who has a decently long attention span, the current 88-minute periods at the high school can be challenging to stay engaged in, and many other fellow students feel the same. If high school students have difficulty focusing in block scheduling, it should be obvious that younger students would have more difficulty, even with the break in the middle of each block. In addition, I believe that the integration of reading and writing workshop classes is a mistake at the middle school level. Both courses, while intertwined to a degree, teach very different content, primarily reading skills and analysis for the former and writing skills for the latter. Personally, I benefited immensely from having writing workshop separate from reading workshop, as it allowed more specialized teachers to help with my writing ability, a skill that many high school English teachers already bemoan the lack of in the freshmen. Combining the two classes serves no purpose except to save costs by cutting out a teacher from each team. Thus, from an educational perspective, I believe there are no benefits to implementing block scheduling at Middlebrook. Thank you for your consideration.
Dear members of the Board of Education, my name is Olga Zargos Traub of 50 Wickson Lane. Together with my husband, Lucas Traub, we have 3 children, one of which is 10 years old and a 5th grader at Cider Mill. I've written to the Board of Education about this previously, and we'll try to keep this brief. Tonight's Board of Education meeting is scheduled for 90 minutes, where you will have information directed at you and expected to focus, absorb, learn, and evaluate. Now imagine if you were 10, 11, 12 years old. Imagine if you were not the neurotypical learner and expected to sit for this long. Although the proposed 88-minute block schedule for Middlebrook is expected to cut down on transitions, disruptions, and provide an opportunity for more collaboration, which sounds great in theory, in practice, this length of time of proposed learning is beyond the optimal learning time that science supports a brain is capable of focusing on in one sitting. That time is between 45 and 55 minutes. As adults, we have difficulty focusing for 1.5 hours of learning. How can we expect our middle schoolers to also handle this extended period of time in one sitting and learn effectively in such an environment? Moreover, the block scheduling being proposed is also incorporating a study skills block. This study skills block lends itself to the potential for students who may not need extra services or have already completed their work in their 88-minute classes and theoretically sit for up to another 88 minutes or 2 44-minute classes on alternating days in an unstructured learning environment and up to their own, quote, devices, literally. This is evidenced by my 9th grader who, at the time of writing this speech, sent me a text in the middle of the school day with a Sephora link and asked me to order makeup for her. When I asked her why is she working on ordering Sephora while in school, her response was, quote, because I have study hall, because my teacher isn't here, and I finished my work. How is Middlebrook going to ensure that curriculum and structured learning will take place during this study skills block to avoid this same result? How are teachers expected to structure lesson plans that will meet the different needs and expectations of all kids during this study skills block? What does professional development plan look like to help teachers not only adjust their curriculum to meet a 90-minute learning block, but also to meet the various needs for this nebulous study skills block? I asked the Board of Education to consider the following questions when evaluating this proposal. How well has this block set?
You've had your 2 minutes. You wrap up your thoughts.
Okay. Finally, in closing, I ask you to please listen to our teachers. Listen to our teachers who, despite the trials and tribulations of teaching while COVID, have shown up, have taught our kids in situations at Middlebrook without the help of coaches, and have taught our kids well, as is evidenced with Wilton's school system receiving top marks in the Connecticut Education Next Generation Accountability System. I will cut my remarks short. Thank you.
Before the next caller comes up, I just want to see if there's anyone on Zoom. Thank you.
There was someone who had their hand raised, but.
Okay. If we could just tee them up for the next speaker after this. Thank you. Go ahead.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Andrea Ryder, hello all. I know many of you, and I thank you all for all your hard work, and I am glad I'm on this side. I live at Pin Oak, and I just want to say nothing about reading, writing, or anything. I'm looking more at, I have a high school junior, a freshman, and a fifth grader. I've also taught, I want to say this. Think about this. Children at Cider Mill get a math worksheet in 20 minutes, 30 minutes reading. Sometimes Khan Academy, a little IXL here and there. Now you're asking them to go to Middlebrook, and they're going to have homework in every subject. And now you're going to make them do it every other day. They've never written in an assignment notebook. They have no idea how to organize and plan out what they need to do to get their job done for their homework, and now you're giving them class every other day. They are not set up for this. They are not ready for it. They're not prepared. I do think the concept, if you want to try it with the 8th graders the last half of the year so they can prepare. This is a little too much, too fast, and I think the parents are expressing it. I think the teachers are. And I want you to really think about a 10-year-old handling homework for the first time, and a lot of it, and not being prepared. And then add in children with IEPs, 504 plans, health issues, COVID, flu. How are they going to manage their time to be able to be successful in 6th grade, let alone high school graduates? They need to really think about that before you make your decision. And thank you.
Lucille, is there someone on, or should we come on up, please?
So I'm just sitting here. My name is Ping.
Just so we can all hear better. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ping Liu. My family and I moved here 7 years ago. We chose Wilton School because of the quality of the school. I here object the proposal because first, the teacher should not be cut. They are the first line teachers, and you know that if you focus on longer times, training a one teacher, it will take a long time. If you cut them, then you're going to take more years to train a good teacher. Secondly, I think with the laid out instruction time will be decreased as well. This will impact Wilton's school academic performance. Wilton will lose its competitive advantage in the language arts and writing, not to mention the performance of math. Thirdly, the block schedule will only benefit the students with special needs. What about the majority of the students? We cannot afford to benefit only 10% of the students, while lose the ground for the 90% of the students. So with all the good points that all the speakers provided before, I would like you to consider this proposal again. Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Lucas Katsukos, and I live at 22 Timbertop Trail. I was a student at Middlebrook Middle School from 2016 to 2019, and I experienced the traditional pod system with the traditional 42-minute class periods. I'll say that the transition from elementary school to middle school was pretty challenging. I mean, we had a new school, new teachers, new way of organizing different things, but the key aspect of things that kept everything together was community. I developed a great group of friends and a great group of teachers that stayed with me all 3 years of middle school. We supported each other in tough times, and even today, 4 years later, we still stick to each other in times of crisis. Contrast that with what I've heard from my work at Trackside with middle schoolers. I heard an 8th grader at the start of the last school year come up to me in person and tell me that they were needing help and needing a lifeline, especially now with all the post-pandemic stuff going on. They needed a lifeline that they couldn't get through their communities. They had been separated from their pod in 7 Red, now being in 8 Green with their friends in 8 Yellow. They needed someone to reach out to. And I, a person who hasn't been at Middlebrook in the last 4 years, was the only person they could reach out to and get some help from. So in short, as you know, middle school is hard. But literally 85 to 90% of the Middlebrook faculty agrees with me in saying that block scheduling with 88 minutes blocks that I've experienced myself for 4 years would destroy the system of community I've cherished and relied upon for so long. Extremely long classes that destroy focus, even for neurotypical learners like me, would make the school day feel longer and actually be more lethargic and unproductive. School's going to stop being a place of learning and become a place where our writing skills are compromised. Our free time is destroyed by twice the amount of homework, which, contrary to what Wilton Public Schools promised when they implemented block scheduling here, has actually doubled. And our learning drifts away from comprehension to politics and irreparable differences. We need to work out a compromise of some sort. Otherwise, the Middlebrook community, students and teachers alike, will rift and fall apart. The Wilton Public Schools Portrait of a Graduate cherishes socially active citizens. Can they please now listen to one?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, everyone. My name is Mingyu Shi. I live in 181 Old Boston Road. I'm here to strongly oppose the new proposal on the Middlebrook schedule change. I have 2 children, one inside the mill, one in Middlebrook, so the schedule change will impact me, my family, my kids very much. Like I agree with all the other what they have said, the block time is too long for middle schooler. It might work for high schools, but definitely not for middle schools. If you look around Wilton, no other middle school has 90-minute block. All of them are like 40 to 50 minutes. Fairfield is the longest, 60 to 65 minutes top. That's the longest that we know. So I don't think it's going to work for middle schoolers. All the other parents have shared their opinions that I think everybody supports. I'm not going to say about the ELA card, which is detrimental to our middle schoolers as well. But I want to mention another point. So from the article we read, 90% of the Middlebrook teachers are against the block change. I just heard from my daughter, who is in middle school, yesterday. There was another survey among the students. More than 150 students participated. Over 80% is against the change. Like 10% don't care. Another only 10% is supportive. So if teachers, students, and parents are all against the change, how can this be successful? Lastly, I want to mention that we as parents, we are part of the education circle. We should be included from the beginning of the designing of the process, not as the last step. Our voice, our inputs should be heard, should be considered in the designing and the deciding on this issue. Thank you.
After the next speaker.
Hi. Can I say now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Isong Gang. I live in Wilton. I have 2 children. One is in 8th grade, the other in 2nd grade. I know the school has spent years exploring the best optimum scheduling. I appreciate the effort, but I think block scheduling is not a good solution. I see 3 reasons. First, we need to cut half of the ELA classroom time. Cutting classroom time is never a good idea to improve the education level. If the goal is to damage the education level of ELA, I urge you to vote for this. But if you want to improve the ELA level, voted to block the block schedule. Yes, second, 88 minutes is too long. It's around as long as it's for the BOE meeting. You have probably one BOE meeting a week, but our students will have 4 BOE meetings one day, 5 days a week. That's a totally 20 BOE meetings for middle schooler. Do you think that's too long or that's just enough? Yeah, third, how many of you sleep every other day? How many of you eat every other day? No, we don't do that. We sleep every day. We eat every day. Binge eating not good for your health. So is binge instruction. Block scheduling is similar to a binge instruction. We know it's not good for you. Yeah, that's my 3 points. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yi Junzhou, and we are the resident of Wilton for the past 7 years. And this is my daughter, Ellie Wen, and she is 4th grade in Cedar Mill, and she has some thoughts to share.
Hi, my name is Ellie Wong and I'm in 4th grade at Cider Mill. In a little more than 1 year, I will be in Middlebrook. When I heard about this, I was a little upset because reading is actually one of my favorite subjects in school. Classes are now 40 minutes per period. The planned schedule for 88 minutes per block, which means each original class will be 44 minutes. This is a little too long because 88 minutes already in Cider Mill is much shorter period, and I already feel like some people already have trouble sitting still for that long. 88 minutes is way too long. We will have ELA classes around every other day. This means class time will be cut around half the time, which means that we will not have as much learning as we did in the original schedules. Also, students may forget a little about the things that they learned 2 days ago. If we have ELA classes every day, they will remember a little better since the day before we learned it. However, I also like the idea of skill block because if there's any homework not finished or work not done, or there is simply something you just want to do, you can do it during the skill block. But I think it's a little too long again. 40-ish minutes might be a little better. Thank you, and I hope you consider changing the schedule.
Go ahead, Lucille.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Artie Malcolm. We live on 98 Heather Lane. We have 3 kids that one of them has graduated out of the high school. We have one in high school and a 6th grader. In addition to being a somewhat experienced parent, I'm also had the opportunity to be a substitute teacher at the middle school for more than a year. And I also work in analytics, so whatever my 2 cents is based on data and analytics and also personal experiences. The block schedule did not work for my older 2. One is still in high school, it does not work for them. The reason being, even as a corporate employee, we know all studies in corporate America have suggested that any meeting, if it intended to be productive, needs to be 30 minutes to 45 minutes at the maximum. This is for grown adults. And so how do we, based on what logic, what analytics, what structure, are we saying that a middle schooler who's 11, 12, 13 has the mental capacity and long-term focused stamina to withstand an 88-minute block? It's almost next to impossible. Second thing, everybody, all of us are familiar, Parkinson's law, right? Work expands to fill time, and that's what will happen. The first 20, 30, 40 minutes are going to be productive. The next 40 is going to be work that's just there in order to fill the 88-minute capacity. It's not going to be productive. You're going to have a bunch of distracted kids on your hand. And I've seen that firsthand both in my own home as well as I was a substitute at the middle school. So please, our request is, and most importantly, we have a bunch of dedicated, absolutely dedicated, wonderful teaching community in all of our schools. And if you're not taking their input in policy making, and how are we going to get their buy-in when they're expected to stay after school, come in before school, put in extra hours during the weekend, and are totally committed to our student body, but we don't take their input in policy making? That is disrespectful. And so all I have to say is, bottom line, Please do not implement this. I don't see it working. Thank you for listening.
We've reached 7:30, so if there's one or two more additional comments that want to be made, and then we'll hold the rest for the end of the meeting. If there's anybody who else would like to come up.
We have one more on Zoom.
Well, we can do Andrew, and then the one more on Zoom, and then we'll move into the meeting.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Nixaji, and I teach math to 8th graders at Middlebrook School. I am also president of the Wilton Education Association. On January 4th, 2023, our superintendent tweeted, "Wilton tops state education charts." Our superintendent has been touting our success to the public while planning to fundamentally change how we deliver curriculum and the student experience. Is this seismic shift worth the gamble when our students are outperforming their peers in the state of Connecticut? When our colleagues from Wilton High School came to visit Middlebrook teachers on January 11th, their feedback was clear. Expect to cover 2/3 of your current curriculum with a block schedule. Is this Board of Education comfortable with the idea that district administration will take our students' remarkable success and roll the dice on an unproven, untested, and unresearched plan? No other district in the state of Connecticut has a middle school block approximately 85 minutes in length. Are you, as members of the Board of Education, comfortable taking a risk with your child's education in light of the 90% of Middlebrook teachers who think this plan is simply wrong? We implore you to dig deep, ask the tough questions, and not take vague platitudes as answers. These are real children, your children, that our teachers are genuinely concerned about educating. Thank you.
Good.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, this is Segway. My family and I have lived in Wilton for 8 years now. I'm also here to oppose to the schedule change at Middlebrook. My main concern is also the length of these classes. So these are very long classes, 88 minutes. I think it's a common sense that younger learners in middle school will not have such a long attention span, like 88 minutes. Even adults can hardly do that. And also, none of the neighboring districts are doing these long classes as well. I don't think there's any research data showing the benefits of these long classes as well. That's my main concern. And my second point is, when the school implements any major changes like this, the parents and the teachers should be engaged, like in the right beginning. Their voice should be heard in the beginning, not in the end. I share the same opinion as the other parents as well. So thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nicola. All in favor? Aye. Good evening. Thank you all for coming tonight. Anytime a group of parents, teachers, students, and community members gather in number to watch and listen as the board is deliberating on what's best for kids and learning is a good day. While the agenda is short tonight, we have a lot to discuss. The board continues to review and assess the administration's recommendation to move Middlebrook to an AB block schedule this coming fall. Tonight, we will hear more about the schedule, including how it will look and feel for students as they move through the day and into class. Principal Higgins will be holding a parent meeting for Cider Mill families on Monday, February 6th at 6:30 at Middlebrook. And the administration will be releasing an FAQ document, most likely by the morning. Tonight's presentation materials will be posted on Board Docs also following the meeting. Following tonight's meeting, board members will have time to think and reflect on all the information put before us and ask any additional questions. The board will continue its discussions on February 9th. The date has also been held for a potential vote. Also tonight, the board will continue to deliberate on Kevin's initial proposed 2023-24 annual school budget. Kevin briefed the Board of Finance on the 17th, and the board held a series of cost center workshops on the 24th, 25th, and 26th. Those workshops were recorded and can be accessed through the Board of Education website. On February 9th, the board will hold a special meeting with the Board of Finance at 7 o'clock. While special meetings do not usually include public comment, given a recent op-ed about the meeting and the interest the op-ed has generated, there will be a comment period at the beginning of that meeting. An agenda will be posted shortly. The public hearing on the budget will be held on Monday, March 27th. The Board of Finance has set its deliberation meeting dates for April 3rd, 4th, 10th, and 11th. The fiscal year 2024 annual town meeting is expected to be held on May 2nd, with adjourned voting following the meeting, and on May 6th. The board relies on stakeholder input. We invite and welcome public participation. Please send your thoughts, comments, and questions to the board at boe@wiltonps.org. I also encourage parents and caregivers to visit the Wilton Youth Council website. There are several upcoming events that may be of interest, including including on parenting in a digital age, and a book discussion and webinar on Let Them Thrive by Katie Novak. Superintendent's report.
Great, thanks. I have a very short report tonight. I think I'll join you in just thanking folks for coming out and making your voices known. It's really important and part of the process, and we're always... thank you for coming. It's important, especially affirming tonight to hear from some of our young people, and so we appreciate people's engagement in the process. A couple of other thank yous. We want to recognize the Wilton Education Foundation and the scores of volunteers that were in our schools yesterday, in our elementary schools, for World Read Aloud Day. And so a whole bunch of volunteers had the opportunity to join our classrooms and to read to our young people, and it was a very, very good day all the way around. A couple of weeks ago, our high school held their annual free play improv comedy show. I don't know if anyone got a chance to see it, but it was hysterical. And so if you know anything about improv comedy, it's all about timing and really trusting your partners on stage, and our kids were, like in everything else they do, really remarkable. So I think it was recorded. Hopefully it'll be put up someplace.
We can't hear.
We also want to congratulate all of the participants in the Middlebrook Science Fair. And so Good Morning Wilton just ran a really terrific article on all of the participants and the winners, and we'll make plans at a later board meeting to recognize those students who prepared. And last, we just got news today that Anya Forland, who has been kind of hanging around here for the last couple of years, helping to broadcast our board meetings, was accepted into the Senate Page program. And so, is that correct? She'll be spending the rest of the semester down in D.C.?
Right now.
That's great. Well, we wish Anya the best, and how exciting for her. So we're ready to move on.
Okay. We have committee reports. First up, teaching and learning. We skipped last week.
Oh, that's right, we did.
Yeah, so.
Got a meeting coming up, so we'll get to do it again.
I'm like, no meeting. Jen's like, actually.
All right, I'm going to be really brief. We met on the 10th. We decided to postpone our comments because there was a lot going on at the last meeting, and I feel like this meeting has more going on, so I'll talk really fast. We talked about the Middlebrook Continuous Improvement Plan update, the summer reading at the Wilton High School, screen time, and the teacher evaluation plan. I believe Lori posted the minutes on Board Docs, so they're there. If you guys have questions, you're welcome to reach out to us. I'm happy to answer any of those questions. I had two questions just as follow-ups for that. The summer reading at Wilton High School, maybe having parents on the committee that choose the books, if that's a possibility. Maybe there are, but I couldn't remember. And then Fran, for the screen time, I know you pulled a bunch of numbers for us, but can we look at numbers that were also prior to COVID so that we can kind of compare? Do you guys have anything else to add?
You covered it.
All right. And do you want us to talk about the rest?
I have Chuck teed up.
Go for it.
Okay.
Just, yeah, I think it's important. We're in curriculum review cycles. We're through one last year and it's coming to its completion, so I just would like there to be an update to the full table.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I display something?
You may.
So I don't think I shared with you all the committee folders. I don't know if you received them today.
Yeah.
We're doing two curriculum areas this year, science and social studies, and I shared both of them with you. We've only actually had one meeting for science. The first meeting for social studies will be tomorrow afternoon. I thought the best way to do this was to kind of go through the folder. It's hard to give an update if I can't orient you into to where we are in the process. So I just wanted to start with the curriculum review cycle. So you see across the top here the years, and these are kind of the stages or phases in which we do curriculum review and revision. What's important to understand is, although I've laid this out very neatly, it never occurs in a real clear way. So generally speaking, the purpose of this is so that every 5 to 6 years, we are stopping what we're doing and we're looking at things K to 12 and really trying to surface issues both nationally and locally that would require that we just take a look at the curriculum and make revisions and develop a plan for the next 5 to 6 years in terms of revision. We then move into writing units, implementing them, and then constantly monitoring and adjusting. So curriculum revision isn't something that occurs in 1 year. It's constantly occurring. It's just every 5 to 6 years we kind of stop and take a good look at K to 12. It's also not possible to write all of the units in one summer, right? So I say in the like science this year, next year we'll write and pilot. It's kind of an ongoing process, and we come up with a plan that will take us through the next 5 to 6 years. We might, for instance, do one grade level at each school, or we might do one, do all of Miller Driscoll, then Cider Mill, then Middlebrook, then high school. Right now, we're doing science and social studies. The next thing I wanted to show you was the actual curriculum guide. So this is a rather long document that talks about all of the phases that we go through in curriculum planning and revision. You can certainly go through each of these components. You can read through it. It's a very long document. But basically, we do planning, articulating and developing, implementing, and then evaluating. So we've convened a curriculum development committee, and what we're going to be doing in these first few meetings is identifying key issues and trends in the content areas and assessing needs and issues. We'll then move into articulating the program philosophy, and I'll show you that in a minute. The program philosophy is a very important document. It lays out the broad goals we have for the students in that content area, as well as the principles for instruction that will help students to achieve those broad goals. Those broad goals are then translated into K-12 program, grade level, and course goals, as well as a sequence of grade level and course objectives. At that point, the work of the committee kind of stops. They will come up with recommendations for moving forward with curriculum revision, with areas that need to be shored up, a plan for professional learning, and some recommendations regarding assessment. At that point, the actual curriculum writing teams take over and actually write the units of instruction, given that broad direction or charge given by the committee. Make sense? Okay. So, so in terms of actual writing of curricula, we follow what's known as UBD, which is Understanding by Design. And this is a tool that our curriculum writing teams use to actually generate units. Could you just scroll through it very quickly? There's basically 3 phases to Understanding by Design. First is the stage 1, desired results. We decide what are the student outcomes. And those involve a number of things: standards, enduring understanding, essential questions. You can keep going. What the content is, the knowledge we want students, and the skills. You can stop. And what you'll notice here is that we not only define what those components are, we give some guiding questions that the curriculum writing teams can use in developing that component of the UBD template. And then we can actually have multiple people rate how well the final unit actually meets the standards that we've set out. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Once we've decided what we want the outcomes to be, you can scroll a little bit. We move into the second stage, which is the assessment. So in other words, we want these outcomes for students. How are we going to know if they've achieved them? Assessment is a very complex undertaking. And what we're talking about here are assessments in the classroom, not the big assessments that we do with math. These are classroom-based assessments. We're trying to move more towards performance-based assessments where students can authentically demonstrate their understandings. Tests, although they do have a place, and they do tap into understanding, understanding is best assessed through more performance-based assessments. You can go down a little bit more. And then the final stage are the actual learning experiences. So we've decided what we want students to know, how we're going to know if they know, and then what are the learning experiences that will result in students actually acquiring those skills and doing well on the assessment. Make sense? All right, so just finally, very quickly. So in science, this was the agenda for the first meeting. This first meeting has to do with what I talked about before, trying to surface what those key trends are in a particular kind of area, and then to assess exactly what are the issues and trends within Wilton. So we do a lot of reading, learning about science, for instance, trying to build the background knowledge of the committee. Talk about what we did at the last review, what we've accomplished over the time since the last review. We have each of the schools report on that. We look at the program philosophy, and then we delve into some actual data. How are our students doing over time? That particularly in science, and I can have Trudy talk about that, revealed some issues that we need to address in the curriculum. And then we start developing needs assessments. So we survey parents, students, and teachers to get their input on how well the curriculum is meeting the needs of our students. Make sense? So we have, could you just click on the draft program philosophy? So this is an example of program philosophy. This is for science. What we do is we delineate the science program goals for students. And again, these are broad statements of what we want students to know and be able to do. Keep going. Again, all of the objectives will be derived from these broad goals. And then we go into the core principles for science instruction. So we list what should a classroom look like in science in order for students to achieve those goals. We can go down. The big thing for us to do right now is to take the Wilton portrait of the graduate and then embed that within the goals and principles that we've delineated for science. So we're starting to begin the work of making the portrait of the graduate come alive. The committee has been tasked with reviewing this and making suggestions, and at the next meeting we will update it, hopefully adopt it. And then towards the third meeting, we should come up with those recommendations for what units need to be revised, what's the time frame for doing it. Should there be any assessments that we need to think about, and then a plan for professional learning. And then we'll do the same for social studies. I think in terms of science, do you want to just briefly say what the areas are that we need to?
Yeah, we kind of started with the NGSS data. Basically, that means Next Generation Science Standards. The state, along with many other states, in response to or following the adoption of the Next Generation Science Standards, have instituted a series of accountability assessments. Now, it's not every year like the Smarter Balance assessment is. The assessment is administered in 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. The first year, which was immediately prior to COVID happening, was more of a pilot field test, although it technically counted for accountability purposes. We did not test in 2020, so in the spring of 2021 and last year in the spring of 2022, each of our 5th graders, 8th graders, and 11th graders participated in the Next Generation Science Standards test. They did very well. Relative to our DERG counterparts, we have some really good areas of strength, but over those 2 years, there's some general categories which showed up as weaknesses for our kids relative to how we performed on the test overall, and that was earth and space science at the secondary level, life science at the elementary level, and certain areas of physical sciences at both elementary and secondary level. So now the next step is to take a look at those specific standards in those broad domains. What do our courses look like at each of those levels, and are there places where we need to shore up the content? The other thing we're going to do in the next meeting is we're sending out a needs assessment survey to our different stakeholder groups, which includes students, teachers, and parents. And we'll analyze the feedback that we get from that survey, which will take a look at how much we all know about the science that we're teaching, and how do people feel about, and specifically students, how do they feel about their experiences. So stay tuned.
Yeah, I would only add to that, because we only test science in 5th, 8th, and 11th grades, our teachers are feeling a little blindsided. In other words, they have to wait 3 years and hope that the kids do well. So at least at the high school, they were a little interested in maybe adding a math science test. I'm not sure we're going to do that, but it's something that they feel would be helpful for them in adjusting instruction over the course of the 3 years before they have to take the high stakes.
The other thing I would add is within that, because the Next Generation standards are what we call three-dimensional, so we have content, disciplinary core ideas, practices, and cross-cutting concepts. The test itself tests across those 3 dimensions. So it's very difficult to sort of construct assessments that replicate that kind of environment. So we're looking into several tools that would allow teachers to construct those kinds of assessment experiences for students in the classroom, which will give us a better idea of how well we're teaching and how well students are learning and what are students' progress towards those benchmark assessments.
Karen, could you just briefly, very briefly share what you're thinking about social studies?
As Chuck mentioned, we don't start the social studies review until tomorrow. So I don't have a crystal ball, but there are some external factors at play. So he outlined a process. I do anticipate that the committee will also be working to integrate Portrait of the Graduate into the social studies program philosophy. There are a couple pieces of legislation that are going to impact us on the horizon. One requires an Asian American Pacific Islander course, and another requires a more micro study of Indigenous peoples. So really examining Indigenous peoples at the tribal level, which as of yet our K-8 units do not yet do. New standards are being rolled out to the state in March. So we've invited the consultant from the State Department of Education to join our March meeting. And he'll be talking about both that legislation and the new standards. I anticipate that the committee will recommend areas of revision and refinement for our existing units of study, taking issues and trends in the field into consideration. And tomorrow, the committee will be revising stakeholder surveys for teachers, parents, and students so that we can surface our needs in the district locally. Subsequently, then the committee will likely make recommendations to act on those results.
Thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's very helpful. It's been a while since we've seen the whole process laid out, and I think it's beneficial for everybody to hear every now and again where we are.
Sure.
And where we've come. So thank you.
And what I think would be helpful is maybe at the conclusion of these meetings, we'll come back with you with what the actual recommendations are.
That's great. And then Fran, you have
Tri-State.
Tri-State.
And STEM.
Okay.
So I just really wanted to piggyback on what Karen, Trudy, and Chuck just went over, because in the digital learning and STEM area, we began the process last year. So we went through the process that Chuck just explained for digital learning and STEM. At that time, we had a committee. When it comes to the committees, I think it's really important to understand that we have teachers, we have, in my case, we had our library media specialists and technology folks, but we also have students on there, parents, so we have voice from the entire school community. As that community, we looked at what we were doing in digital learning and STEM. One of the things we did was we obviously changed, and actually in our case, we had to actually create a program philosophy, whereas I think in science, social studies, all of these different areas that you're hearing about, they've already gone through this process. There was one in place, and it's now being, aligned to put to the graduate and some of the new research that's out there. We created a one for our area. We called it contemporary literacies, because as we were looking at it, we really were looking at a variety of different literacies: information, media, digital, and STEM. All of those have different standards that we're aligning to. One of them is ISTE, which is the International Society for Technology Education, ASL, which is the American Association for School Librarians, and the computer science standards as well. We went through the year and we came up with some recommendations, some of which you saw at the beginning of the year when we proposed some of the new course offerings for the high school. So you saw some of the things that came out of what we wanted to do to bring digital learning forward. We are also doing some other things within digital learning across the pre-K-12 continuum. But what came out of the surveys, because we did a thought exchange survey with all of those stakeholder groups, was that we needed to really shore up STEM. So what we did was we went into this year and we're focusing on STEM only. And so again, we reconvened a committee. We have all those stakeholders, and we've now gone through a couple of meetings with folks coming in that are experts. We had Dr. Marie Alcock come in. We had Dr. Jim Carlson, who has done a lot in the area of technology education and engineering. And I just want to go through some of the early recommendations, at least with computer science, as they came out of the last committee meeting. Going from pre-K-5, our computer science standards are being actually done through our library learning commons, and our library media specialists teach it through their maker spaces, etc. So we have computer science being taught there. But then as we actually were addressing some of the survey results from last year, we found that students and we found parents asking for more STEM, especially at the secondary level, that there really isn't enough instructional time provided for not only computer science, coding, but also robotics, and those areas. And a lot of what we were looking at was really the research that has to do with students and what they're going to be doing in the future, right? What is that they're really going to be prepared for in their careers. So essentially what our recommendation out of our last committee meeting was that for grades 6 through 8 students, as the overwhelming results of the survey said, through parent feedback and student feedback and the requirements of what is required, that we don't have enough time for STEM education at the middle school, and that we do also need to shore up what our course offerings and pathway is at the high school level. So we have a recommendation that we add to the instructional time for STEM at the middle school in Middlebrook, and that we also focus more time on the coding and robotics going into the high school. At the high school level, although we have several classes that are very popular with students, including an AP Computer Science course, we found that we didn't have quite enough. Some of the students are so interested in this, get to maybe like midpoint, and then don't have any classes to take. So we are in the process of also pursuing offering additional classes, an AP Computer Science principles class, and we have also looking at electives in cybersecurity, which is actually very, very big at this point, as well as an introduction to game design. In the next several meetings, we're going to be looking more closely at robotics. We're getting a lot of parent feedback as well that our students are seeking more in this area, are finding it outside of the school day and not necessarily within our own school offerings. So that's really where we are, and we hope that as we continue that, we can develop this further and report back on it.
Great, thank you so much.
I think I have one more. Should I do
Oh.
Just let folks know that
The Tri-State's
Tri-State
coming.
Consortium is going to be here next week.
Tri-State Consortium is going to be here next week. So, those unfamiliar with Tri-State, it's a consortium of school district members from 3 states, Connecticut and New York and New Jersey. They're going to be here. They're going to be focusing on portrait of a graduate. They're going to be talking to lots of people. They're going to be visiting classrooms. They're going to be going to every school. I really thank a lot of people around the room here that participated in planning for it and really putting together a great program. We're looking forward to what they come in and able to tell us. They will be providing us feedback, benchmark, and able to tell us what recommendations they have for us moving forward with our portrait of a graduate.
Thank you so much. Business operations, we did meet on the 27th. We went over the financial report, which will be discussed in just a few minutes, so there's no need to do it twice. And we also just did some meeting planning for our joint meeting on the 9th, requesting questions being submitted to the board in advance. And we also discussed that we would share with each other emails from the public when they are addressed to each full board, so each full board can see what they're receiving from each other on the budget issue. And the policy.
We met a long time ago on the 10th.
It was a long time ago.
We're still working on 2 policies that aren't ready for the full board yet. 5141.5 on suicide prevention and intervention. I think some of the language is being changed, and Kim Zemo's seen it. It's currently offered legal, I think. And 5541, there are 3 transportation policies which we're going to roll into one. Shipman and Goodwin has a standard transportation policy, so we're going to get hold of that and Wiltonize it a bit, and then it'll be ready for the board. I think there were some policies that were also going to be on review and discussed last time. Maybe they'll be back.
Yeah, we just took them off because knowing what the agenda was.
So there's some more policies that are due to come before the board. Maybe next meeting, sometime soon. Thanks.
It's coming attractions.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Right.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi, Dawn. Thank you.
You're welcome. Not a lot, I'll just make it really quick. Not a lot has changed in the financials, as we discussed in our committee meeting. Overall, we are still within our full appropriation. We had the areas that we continue to watch, just as we've mentioned at many other monthly financial updates. Areas where either the budget's already over or the projected year end would be over budget. Some of the areas that you can see on the current budget you have before you is special education still continuing to run over budget. Utilities are also projected to be over budget. I will say that there has been some good news, and you'll hear about that both during the budget discussion tonight, as well as I can share a little of that now. The town administrator, Matt Knickerbocker, has been working to secure a electrical contract that would lock in a rate that would allow us to have lower electrical bills throughout the rest of the second half of this fiscal year and half of next fiscal year. Hopefully by that time, the electrical rates overall will start to come down, and then we won't have to worry about locking in again. If not, we can always look at locking in at a lower rate at that time. We should start to see some savings in the electrical bills around the month of March, if not sooner. And as soon as we do that, we'll be back with some more updates as to how that contract is doing for us. In addition to that, Dr. Smith and Maria had spoken to the STA group, our transportation contractor, and have worked with them to work on getting some busing for the athletes so that they don't have to go out to third-party busing companies, which costs a lot more than what we would normally be paying if we could stay within our STA contract. And they've had good success with that, so hopefully we'll start to see that number level off. Other than that, we keep an eye on the substitute expense, which is doing fine, and overtime. That's pretty much where we are.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Dawn? Okay. We move on to our review and discuss portion, and the Middlebrook schedule board goals number 1 through 6.
Welcome.
Welcome.
You're up.
Thank you. So it's not lost on me, that especially with the proponent talking about the Middlebrook schedule, and today is Groundhog Day.
It's not lost on us either.
Okay, good. So, good evening. Thank you for the time to discuss the proposed block schedule for the 23-24 school year. I want to pause and introduce the team I have here, and also just give you a couple of thanks, because there's no way to do something this work without a wonderful team around you. Do you want me to come up?
Just need to find your presentation.
So next to me is Dean Damian Whalen, Dean Nicole Kurzek, Dean Toby Palalis. You've already heard from our fabulous coordinators, and Brad D. and Trudy Benton. We also have a Middlebrook teacher here, Bill Matthews. So thank you all for being with me. There have been many hours and certainly a lot of time and energy in this process, going back several years. This work has certainly not just happened overnight or with any kind of haste. So we thank you for the opportunity tonight to clarify some of the specifics of the recommendation, and we'll also review some of the most commonly asked or frequently asked questions we've received. And thank you to Lucille for moving along the slides for us tonight as well. So just a reminder here on this page, just to look at the documents that certainly we're all familiar with, our mission, our vision, and our portrait of the graduate. And we show them here just to remind you and of them, because this really drives the why. Why are we doing this?
ensuring that we're providing an environment that's safe and nurturing in order to ultimately have graduates who possess the traits, skills, and attributes necessary to be successful in high school, college, career, and life. There are basically three themes to the why. In general, the positive impact on learning. In other words, more depth, building stronger conceptual understanding, developing complex problem-solving skills, engaging in higher-order thinking skills, analysis, synthesis, etc., research and prep for in-depth discussion, debates, group endeavors, etc., as the portrait of the graduate speaks to it all, the core academics. And it's increasingly important to 21st century successful learning and prep for the future. Another theme is on that positive impact in learning is more specific to certain subjects. You know that we're talking about math and ELA, and Trudy and Karen will speak to that in a little more detail later. But to better implement the IM curriculum and the comprehensive literacy programs. And then that third theme is the positive impact on the social, emotional health, and school climate. You'll hear us talk about the improved pace of the day, fewer transitions, teams remaining in place, and the student-teacher rapport. This leads to us to the how and the what of the next steps as we continue our work of continuous improvement. And it's important to understand that we don't need to be in crisis to make a change. Our collective responsibility is the key to the success here. So I'm going to pause to reintroduce Will Matthews, who has experience researching and working with the team at IS 289. It's the Hudson River Middle School in New York that uses a 90-minute block schedule. And Will can speak to the opportunities that this schedule may provide for both students and staff.
Kevin, is this where I...
Welcome, my friend, please. Yep, thanks for taking time. Yes?
Pass those down. Would you mind passing these around?
Will, what school is it again that you?
Hudson River Middle School.
Where is that?
It's in downtown New York City, Lower West Side. This is a lot different than presenting a yearbook. So, just have to compare statements here. Greetings, my name is Will Matthews. I am a son of Wilton who grew up on Teapot Hill and a 6th grade social studies teacher at Middlebrook. Thank you, Superintendent Smith, Chairman DeLuca, and the Board of Education for inviting me to share my vision tonight. I appear before you wearing primarily the blue standard of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child because what is in our students' best interest is what most interests me. When I started with the Wilton Public Schools, my youngest brother was 2 months old and I was regularly being asked to change his cloth diapers. The first wave of punk bands all released their first or second albums alongside some other personal favorites, the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack and Love Gun by Kiss. Oakland beat Minnesota 32-14 in Super Bowl 11. Star Wars: A New Hope was dominating box office sales worldwide. Jimmy Carter was 7 months into the 39th presidency of the United States. The United States of America was just over 201 years old, and this version of Wilton High School was only 6. I hope that being a 37-year and counting project of the Wilton Public Schools allows me to speak to you this evening from a stance of experience, learning, and observation. Before I continue, I want to be clear to everyone that I do not believe a change in schedule alone, whatever it looks like, goes far enough to fix the attrition we are facing at Middlebrook. From the moment I started as a novice teacher of English at Middlebrook, I have believed our schedules are flawed. They have allowed for only the bare minimum of daily in-depth learning and lead us into recidivist tendencies towards a compliance-based model of instruction, reductive pedagogies, and punitive practices. That's perfect, siren. From the moment the students attend team days to when the last bus departs, the day in the life of a Middlebrook student is non-stop go, and a daily balancing act upon the tightropes and tresses of numerous grown-ups who have widely differing expectations and routines.
Every 40 minutes or so, the students have to find their way to the next waypoint where things might or might not be the same as they were yesterday. Lunch and recess, sad to say, might be the most hectic waypoint of the day. In some ways, this frenetic daily pace reminds me of being intentionally deprived of sleep, except instead of sustained periods of rest, we are being deprived of sustained periods of learning to be able to engage with and construct understanding of the world around us. We are learning deprived. For a world-class introvert like myself, our staccato school life is often exhausting. And I believe our increasing rates of social emotional crisis that our mental health teams routinely make us aware tell us a similar story for our children. On the days when we have had more sustained amounts of time to slow down and engage with our students, such as across mass breaks, interdisciplinary team projects, or even half-day block schedules before Thanksgiving, I've experienced glimmers of what our teaching and learning ecology could possibly aspire to be. What I'm interested in for our students is not about minutes overall. It is about learning over coverage, synthesis over recall. What I'm attempting to express here is only partially about implementing a new schedule. We do that all the time. Between January 1st and February 1st, we had 21 school days with 11 modified schedules. What this is really about is systemic change in our classrooms that deepens our instruction and expectations with method diversity, while growing to higher levels what our students know, understand, and can do, ultimately, independently, and without us. This is about students having the sustained time to not only learn an important skill from their teachers, but more importantly, have the time to independently and with their peers practice that skill and find ways to bring cohesion to previous learning and to think critically about the world we are a part of. What I'm interested in for our students is a new teaching and learning ecology that embraces the sustained amounts of time for the ongoing integral assessment that helps inform us on a more individual basis how we navigate our instruction. Alongside more informed assessments, this would also celebrate individual feedback that helps students know and understand what they need to do in order to level up their ongoing performances. In a system of sustained amounts of time for ongoing assessment and feedback, teachers can guide students through success to develop higher levels of intrinsic motivation that will feed into loops of positive reinforcement and engagement. When we have time to focus more closely on process over product, we can track the growth of our students' real intelligence and worry less about artificial intelligence. A new teaching and learning ecology of more sustained time with students cannot be a version of how it's always been done, shellacked onto a new framework of longer class sessions. This is not sustainable for anyone involved, especially students, if we try to live doing the new thing the old way. Students need our expert instruction and explanation, but they also need the sustained time to process and apply what we so skillfully present. Students need the time to practice these skills so that the learning gets sticky, and so we, the educators, can determine in more depth where they need to go next or what we need to revisit. Since 2018, I, along with 2 administrators, 2 curriculum coordinators, 1 instructional coach, and 4 of my social studies colleagues, have seen this working with high levels of student agency and civic engagement at Hudson River Middle School. During classroom visits across content areas, not just social studies, with opportunities to confer with students, we have seen how more sustained teaching and learning sessions can be designed to be more constructive, collaborative, and give students the skills and tools to use their learning to take informed action. With a school-wide approach to method diversity, Hudson River Middle School is able to design daily sessions with the time to help students think critically, act with principle, and build their knowledge through inquiry with growing levels of independence. I am interested in that for our students. Wilton Public Schools has structures and systems in place to support big changes such as these at Middlebrook. Between academic team, IET, instructional coaching, department, curriculum coordinator, and leadership structures, we are fortunate to have the human capacities to collaborate and help each other make the necessary shifts, as long as we have the vision, the space, and the time to orienteer that path before we reach the trailhead. We cannot be left on our own to just figure it out. We are also fortunate to have available the kinds of necessary supports, including from the Wilton Education Foundation, to participate in high-quality professional development in and out of the building, such as webinars, workshops, institutes, specialty groups, site visits to other schools, visiting experts and professional developers, and even the encouragement to make classroom visits within our own building. Many educators I have met have shared that their districts do not provide these kinds of learning opportunities in both financial and class coverage supports. I have benefited, and in turn my students have benefited greatly from this district-provided professional development, and I am grateful for the improvements to my teaching practice that have prepared me for changes into the classroom. Though I may sound quixotic and lofty, I am under no illusion that this sort of shift throughout our classrooms will be anything less than tectonic. With the necessary and sustained time and resources for faculty, staff, and administration to engage in professional learning and plan collaboratively with colleagues, essential changes such as these can be nimble and adaptive. With the necessary vision of leadership at all levels for what a new ecology of sustained time for teaching and learning will become, we will discover essential changes such as these supporting the Wilton Public Schools mission, vision, and portrait of the graduate in ways we can only imagine right now, to the benefit of all of our students and our civilization overall. In conclusion, I warmly invite any and all of you to visit with my students and our classroom anytime, so you can see for yourself a slice of what a day in the life of a Middlebrook student can often look like. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Laurel. So in tonight's presentation, you'll hear some of those frequently asked questions, and we'll answer and clarify areas that required follow-up from previous presentations. We hope to answer all your questions in this presentation, but we do ask that you allow us a chance to complete this presentation, and then we'll certainly be ready to answer your questions at the end. We've heard from staff about their concerns about the block schedule and certainly the corresponding loss of colleagues. It really speaks to the family we have at Middlebrook and the passion to get it right for our students. It also acknowledges that there is still skill and comfort in knowing how we do something and do it well. Conversely, there's also discomfort in going into something that you're not familiar with or comfortable doing. We'll get there through appropriate staff development for implementation of the new schedule. At one point, we're going to be on the other side of all these conversations, and I'm absolutely certain that our teachers, as they always have, will do what's best for students. That's truly our guiding light and our goal. We all want the same thing. Tonight, we'll review some of the work over the past 5 years specifically, and ultimately why we chose the AB block as the best choice for our students based upon how they learn. We also wanted to be sure we had a schedule that helps students with social emotional learning needs. And we'll share some of the research that we examined, and we'll connect this to our part of the work and the district work of the portrait of the graduate, the I can portion of what a middle school student should be able to do as it relates to the K-12 perspective. We'll also provide an overview of how we're going to support teachers in this process as we transition to the block schedule. You can move to the next slide. There is no one perfect bell schedule. They all have flaws. Otherwise, every middle school would follow it. And we're not alone in our search. Our partners across the tri-state, and certainly in our DIRG, which is our district reference group, are searching for new ways to deliver instruction and improve learning. Many are trying to find ways to add what some call an IE period, which means an intervention enrichment period. Some call it a WIN block, a what I need block. Others call it an I see you block, really just to describe when and how teachers work with students. The term you've heard that we're using is a skills block, and you'll hear more about that tonight. We're blessed to have incredibly talented professionals teaching our students. It's quality teaching and learning that's most important to focus on here. Some of the things our current schedule does not do is provide sufficient time for proper curriculum coverage. Our present schedule limits access to STRIDE classes and world language for our students requiring support services. The present schedule also includes an excess of 20 minutes a day in transitions. In other words, non-instructional time that's lost just moving from one place to another. Because at the forefront of this work is the academic success and the social emotional well-being of our students, that's where this conversation needs to stay, what the students need. Our continuous improvement efforts have seen positive results thanks to the efforts of everybody involved. What does a new schedule afford us? Well, we need a new schedule that's better suited for delivery of the illustrative math curriculum, that also provides adequate time for reading and writing workshop to be delivered in one class instead of the two we have now, an integrated ELA class. This proposed schedule preserves the team model and provides time for deeper quality instruction, better opportunities to make meaningful intellectual bonds with and for our students, and offers greater ability to make SEL connections by slowing down the day for students. We also need a schedule that will allow us to recapture opportunities for transdisciplinary learning projects for truly deeper learning. The block schedule also increases access to general ed for our students in special education and in intervention, and allows us to add more opportunity for STEM and digital literacy, and as well as world language for those who have not previously been able to participate. So I'm going to turn to Dr. Denton now, who's going to share a few words about the IM curriculum working in the block.
I guess since the conversation around math instructional time kind of initiated the most recent round of why should we look at a new schedule, I want to talk about that in a little bit more depth. And I want to start with the idea that even more than the amount of instructional time, math learning depends on how you use that time. Matthew Larson, a past president of NCTM, stated in 2017, "It is critical to note that how instructional time is used is as important as the fact that it is allocated. Longer periods of time will allow us to slow the pace in order to promote deeper thinking." From a book called How to Manage Instruction in the Block, among the instructional benefits of block scheduling are more opportunities for students to develop higher order thinking, explore knowledge in depth, have substantive conversations, make connections to issues beyond the classroom, acquire research and organizational skills, cultivate problem-solving abilities, and demonstrate knowledge through use. Regular, traditional schedules promote quick answers and recall rather than in-depth knowledge. So can a block schedule work with the IM curriculum? The answer is yes. IM developed a plan for implementing the IM curriculum in a block schedule because they recognize that across the U.S., many creative and complex schedules are in use. The block guidance provides a block schedule where classes meet for around 90 minutes, 65 to 80 times per year. The block guidance is intended to help school districts customize the IM 612 math curriculum to local scheduling needs. Further, the block guidance pairs math learning outcomes in coherent ways across more than one daily lesson while following the three-part IM instructional framework. The block arrangement supports deep learning by providing longer chunks of time for students to engage with math. The block schedule guidance provided by the curriculum developers fully incorporates time for discourse, collaboration, and teacher-led learning synthesis. Each block includes an intentional structure that sometimes addresses learning objectives separately and other times creates a learning through line across lessons. The instructional framework incorporates varied activities that require different cognitive levels at different times to engage students throughout each lessons or block. Students will not be sitting for 87 minutes. They don't sit now for 41 minutes.
So, as this audience knows, we've been looking at Bell schedules for a while, and certainly for as long as I can remember. We've researched and explored existing schedules, and we also created our own, created new ones. And over the last 5 years alone, we've reviewed and explored no less than 20 different iterations or schedules. We have certainly valued and prioritized the team model as what we recognize is best for this age group. That's also supported by the research. All through our schedule exploration, we've held this as one of our chief priorities, preserving the team model. So as we research models, we work closely with consultants. We work with our partner districts to find, if you will, that holy grail. Came down to several finalists, and we tried to find one that would work best for our kids here in Wilton. We had an umbrella of priorities that we were using, that we were trying to work within, and that was, I've mentioned it before, that keeping teaming, having a continuous instructional minutes, supporting the social emotional health of students, continuous academic excellence, the importance of a fully exploratory STRIDE program, to preserve world language as a core academic, and making sure that it complies with regulations and requirements of educational law. So I'll take just a few minutes to quickly review the 5 finalists so you can get an idea of not only some of the complexities, but how difficult it really is to create a master schedule for middle school. The 7-period schedule is one example. So in other words, if we took the existing 8-period and combined ELA and everything else is the same, we take the minutes found from eliminating the one class and spread it out across the day. With a 30-minute lunch, that still leaves us with 8 transitions and leaves us with about 47 minutes a period, which would be ineffective for delivering the math or an integrated ELA curriculum. And as I just mentioned, it still would require significant transition time, about 20 minutes a day. The 60-40 block means that there's a 60-minute block for ELA and or math, and then a 40-minute block of time for social studies, science, world language, and STRIDE. Now, because all of the students don't move at the same time, in other words, some kids are in a 60-minute class, some kids are in a 40-minute class, they're moving at a different time, it creates a scenario where students will need to move at 40 minutes while others are still in their 60-minute class. Creates a tracking issue as well. So it becomes a little discrepant in terms of the teaching times for staff, and creates really an unmanageable scheduling for teachers who teach across grade levels as well. Ultimately, it's really unworkable with some of those other values and constraints unless we added staffing to offset those conflicts of time. The 80-40 block, as you might imagine, is very similar, but in this case, trying to find a way to have the 2 40-minute blocks equaling an 80 so that the time movement is a little more in line. So it does that. It is a better option for that movement. But similarly, it creates some inequitable distribution of time, the movement and timing for students at different intervals. And ultimately, it would move ELA and math off team in order to deliver it. It creates an increased need for FTE to deliver as well. And it also puts our students in academic tracks, meaning you have the same classmates throughout the day. Another schedule we looked at seriously and tried to make work is a rotating drop 2. It's a schedule that's very similar to what they're using in Fairfield right now. It's really a modified block schedule. And Fairfield shared that there's some interest in exploring modifications to this model only after just 1 year. But it does create issues with some of the things that they're recognizing and shared with us, that it creates issues with lesson delivery, with absences, the incongruence of curriculum and assessments, and also requires additional FTE for multiple family consumer science teachers, multiple STEM teachers, multiple health teachers. So the feedback from the folks in Fairfield suggests that the concerns are not about the longer chunks of instructional time, but more the complex configuration that's creating a problem for them, and they're looking to re-examine that. So finally, we landed on the AB block that checks so many of the boxes, and I'll try to run through those quickly with you right now. There's more time dedicated to learning tasks and learning targets, to highlight quality, in-depth learning throughout a longer learning period that promotes active rather than passive learning. Students and staff would have more opportunity to build stronger relationships in class, to build better rapport through more quality time from an SEL point of view. There's a greater opportunity to complete tasks required through inquiry, research, projects, science labs, reading, independent practice, Socratic seminars, etc. But it encourages organization, time management, and the development of study skills. It's also not as frenetic a pace. There are fewer transitions throughout the day for students and for adults. The students using the block have expressed a preference for focusing on fewer classes in a day. Partner districts we talked about said that's the feedback that they've received from their students. Teachers can introduce material, model skills, and have greater opportunity for guiding student practice or directing student collaboration within one class period. The teacher can check in, can confer with more students, one-on-one in a single period, and in greater depth than spreading that over several sessions. The block preserves the team model. Research tells us that there's less discipline and a calmer feel to the day. And frankly, we're certainly very blessed with remarkably well-behaved children, but that calmer feel to the day is certainly quite attractive. Students have more time to reflect and process information in a block. And it gives students with IEPs more flexibility in service delivery models and the opportunity to take world language. Quoting the author of The Successful Middle School Schedule, Dr. Ann McCarty Perez, meeting every other day is a good option that works well and shows success. It also frees students from disciplines meeting every day or in areas where they might struggle, meaning for a discipline or intervention specifically. One of the questions asked was about the attention spans of 6th to 8th graders and whether or not they can pay attention for 80 or more minutes. Districts using the block and the research says that's not an issue, as they cite active learning as the key to keeping students engaged and learning for longer periods. Students are not listening to a teacher lecture or sitting in seats for an entire period, but they are engaged in a variety of learning activities. We'll show the breakdown of this in a few slides. Teachers recognize that when their students need it, they're going to get breaks. Also, not all the periods are the longer blocks. The stride classes, the skills blocks are shorter, so a student does have a day, kind of mix in their day. So next, Karen Brennicke and Trudy Denton will share how this curriculum meets the demands of the ELA and the math curriculum.
I'm going to give you all a few minutes. There's a lot of words on this slide, a lot of words. So just take a few minutes and maybe sort of glance through the bullet points, because our notes are not a reiteration of the words on the slide. We want to kind of amplify and dig a little deeper to what the slide says. Okay, I'll go ahead. This sort of is a what doesn't work and what does work, what doesn't work now and what works about the block schedule. The block schedule was proposed in part because the skinny version of IM that is currently being taught, as well-meaning and thoughtful as it is, quite simply is not sustainable in the long run. We cannot fully implement 8 units of instruction in math in 41 or 42 minutes a day. Data and teacher experience shows too often math learning is not secure from year to year. The longer block period provides a powerful vehicle to improve teaching and foster a deeper learning. It demands variety, flexibility, and craft from a teacher. Used well, it offers a more humane pace, deeper understanding, and authentic engagement to students. Longer periods do not work well if they are just like short periods, except longer.
And the integration of the reading and writing courses into one eliminates redundancies in instruction. So for example, a writing teacher can rely on the learning from reading and doesn't need to reteach what has already been taught in a reading course. It also eliminates the unintended consequences of one teacher's decision-making on another teacher's course. For example, in our current situation, a writing teacher might decide to not teach 3 sessions of a unit of instruction because they don't think that their students need it. The reading teacher may have been depending on that for the unit of instruction in reading and may find some uneven security in that learning. When one instructor teaches both courses, cueing transfer in each subject area is far less complicated. We're looking for permanent, sticky instruction that's secure, not temporary instruction that's fleeting. Combining these courses into an 87-minute block also allows teachers the time and flexibility to fully implement the comprehensive literacy framework, which is our instructional framework. Not having adequate time to implement all components of the instructional framework has left teachers feeling frustrated and that the effectiveness of their curriculum is diluted as a result. The components most often crowded out with the current scheduling model are read aloud, word study, and independent reading and writing, or some combination thereof. The result is students having inadequate time to practice and orchestrate all they've been taught as they read and write independently. Practice has been relegated to homework, where it cannot be guaranteed, nor can it be coached into by the teacher. Integrating English language arts into one course will afford students the opportunity to study the standards deeply, promoting learning that is lasting and transferable from ELA to other academic subject areas.
So here we have a general overview of the current Middlebrook schedule to the left and the proposed schedule using a 6th grade model for this example. In both schedules, we have a team base as a place for students to gather in the morning, listen to announcements, settle in for the day, and when attendance is taken. Feedback from staff told us to preserve this team-based time. The Middlebrook current schedule consists of 8 periods with a 30-minute lunch. All core classes meet on any given day. With that, we have 42-minute periods, and as noted by the arrows, 9 transitions across the day. These 9 transitions account, as Principal Higgins mentioned, for roughly 20 to 23 minutes lost in instructional time. This proposed schedule, which is very similar to the Wilton High School schedule, consists of class periods of 87 minutes, with the exception of stride, where students will have 2 42-minute periods each day. With the proposed schedule, there are also fewer transitions, 6 noted by the arrows, throughout the day, accounting for roughly 16 minutes of the school day. On any given day, students will have either 2 or 3 core academic classes. They will also engage in 2 stride classes, as I previously mentioned. Every other day, students will have access to a skills block, and we'll discuss the skills block in greater detail in an upcoming slide. On this slide, we take a deeper dive into the proposed schedule. You'll notice that different classes meet on day 1 and day 2. There are 2 blocks, each of 87 minutes before lunch, and 2 blocks, again, each of 87 minutes after lunch. Let's examine the red math course. The red math course, it meets on alternate days for this student. First during block 1 on day 1, then during block 2 on day 3. This is then a repeating pattern. That is not unlike ELA, which if you notice in brown, meets during the second block on day 1, and then the first block on day 3, again in a repeating pattern. So again, repeating the pattern, block 1 and block 2 rotate every other day. If this student has math during block 1 on Monday, they will have ELA during block 2 on Monday. Then, on Wednesday, ELA will occur during block 1 and math during block 2. The benefit here is that the class does not meet at the same time every day. Lunch exists between the double block in the morning and the double block in the afternoon, effectively splitting the day in half. Taking a look at the afternoon. In the afternoon, you will notice the same or similar repeating pattern where social studies, the turquoise green, meets during block 3 on day 1, and then during block 4 on day 3, while world language alternates with social studies, not unlike how math and ELA alternated in the morning. Shifting our focus to the skills block in navy blue, dark blue, the skills block is divided into 2 42-minute classes and meets every other day. Students will rotate through various core academic classes during this time. And finally, we'll take a look at Stride, which is in a purple. These classes meet daily in back-to-back 42-minute periods. On day 1, or odd days, Stride meets in the afternoon, and on day 2, or even days, Stride will meet in the morning. Not unlike our current schedule, over the course of 6 days, students will continue to access the rich selection of Stride courses offered at Middlebrook. As you can see in this example, physical education, or the quarterly classes, and by quarterly classes, I mean the health, family, consumer science, or iSTEM classes, those will meet for this student during the first half of the Stride block, while the chorus, the art, the general music theory, or digital citizenship would meet in the second half of that Stride block. Each grade level has subtle differences between one another, but all 3 grades are built off the same basic template.
My turn. So, students with an IEP. As you know, and as Andrea Leonardi has discussed, students with IEPs have a wide constellation of services. These services will continue as per their IEP. However, the service delivery model may change slightly. For example, students' co-taught or push-in services will continue, and this block schedule may allow for more flexibility across settings and interdisciplinary support given the larger blocks of time. Students also will have the opportunity to be spread out into more classes, and teachers more flexibility to access the students in different disciplines. Academic Lab will shift to the skills block, giving students the opportunity to study a world language and access more individualized skill time with special education staff depending on their IEP service hours. During the skills block, students will work in groups on targeted goals and objectives with special education teachers depending on the number of hours they receive. And they may also have the opportunity for their pull-out related services such as speech and language, OTPT, and social skills groups. Most students will have the opportunity, which they haven't had in the past, to study a world language in 6th grade and take an introductory class in 7th or 8th grade next year. The skills block. So, as Damien began to discuss, students will have 2 back-to-back 42-minute skills periods with their team teachers. During that time, students with IEPs and an intervention will meet with their service providers. If students do not have a service at that time, students can go back to team and work with their core area teachers in the areas of ELA, math, science, social studies, or world language twice over the course of roughly 2 weeks. again, depending on how much their service time allows. Students will rotate through the skills blocks to dive deeper into standards, continue accelerated learning, and experience responsive teaching. During the skills rotation, students will engage in extensions of the curriculum. This time will be used either to extend students' learning or address learning gaps in their learning that are prerequisites for engaging in the grade level work of the block. Over time, this should reduce the number of students requiring Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. The skills periods will be anchored in the curriculum, creating more individualized small group response time for teachers and students to focus on personalized learning by looking at the data with them, working with students and their specific needs, and/or enrichment opportunities. This is also an opportunity to continue to build relationships and connections with smaller groups of students.
We're going to transition into a discussion about some of the research. The research states that moving to a block schedule has improved the emotional climate of the classroom for both students and teachers. The longer class periods allow for learning that is deeper and more authentic. Students will have opportunities to engage in learning activities that are more inquiry-based and hands-on. These activities generate a deeper understanding of concepts. Teachers can also facilitate greater student self-reflection and goal setting because there is now time for that. Researchers agree that all students need time to read to get better at reading. The longer blocks include time for student reading. Research also revealed that students report developing more positive relationships with teachers when they have the longer time in their classroom communities. In consultation with other middle schools, including ones from Guilford, Connecticut, and Saratoga Springs, New York, staff has acknowledged that the early stages of the transition can be very difficult. However, in their schools, teachers have quickly come to value the longer learning blocks. They appreciate having more time devoted to instruction and acknowledge development of stronger relationships and opportunities to create more varied learning experiences. Considering students' journey toward building the attributes of a portrait of a graduate, the longer blocks and slower pace will promote students' growth in their skills as self-navigating expert learners and well-balanced human beings. As students delve into deeper learning, they will engage in more analysis, synthesis, and critical thinking. As emerging contemporary multiliterate scholars, students will have more time to cultivate their thoughts and ideas effectively using oral, written, and nonverbal communication skills. Longer continuous learning blocks encourage more peer collaboration and time to build relationships with others through trust and compassion. Students will be able to apply their skills in high-interest areas and engage in learning through genuine curiosity, originality, inventiveness, and new ways of thinking. As previously mentioned, as self-navigating learners, students will have the time to set learning goals, apply strategy to achieve the goals, and then reflect on those outcomes. By slowing down the frenetic pace of the school day, students will be able to take the time to listen, find humor and joy in their world, and persist through challenges. Students will have more time to show kindness and compassion to each other and their trusted adults at school.
So what's possible in an 87-minute English language arts block? I'm going to walk you through one way that session might go, integrating both reading and writing. Each day, students will engage in either a reading mini lesson or an instructional read aloud for about 15 minutes. Learners need to read increasingly complex texts, and as part of this, they need to be stretched by being engaged with texts that are appropriately complex for their grade level. The mini lesson and read aloud offer explicit demonstration opportunities to teach readers to navigate increasingly complex texts. When demonstrations are missing, students ask procedural questions. They focus on task completion rather than engaging in critical thinking work. Over time, this can lead to students going through the motions of doing school for school's sake or for the grade, rather than students growing into engaged and attentive readers. In the block model, students can engage in 25 minutes of independent reading, during which time the teacher teaches 2 or 3 small groups aligned to grade level standards. Researchers agree that above all, students, especially adolescents, need time to engage in reading in order to get better at reading. This research is not new, but it is enduring and fundamental to our instructional framework. Practicing the skills taught in class under the guidance of their instructor grows skilled and competent readers. Success in reading is directly related to the amount of time a person spends reading. Reading in the instructional and skills blocks secures this time in a meaningful way to support the volume of reading that adolescent readers need. In its absence, this work has been relegated to outside of school hours, where it competes with extracurricular activities, or where learners cement misconceptions without teacher guidance. As a result, our students become overtaught and under-practiced, and may have missed frequent and routine targeted instruction to meet them where they are while growing them to grade level standards. Additionally, with this amount of time, students can engage in a writing mini lesson or word study for about 15 to 20 minutes. Studying mentor texts and words in addition to demonstrating writing techniques grows students' appreciation and understanding of both academic and literary language and how both are used for effect by all writers, including themselves. Integrated grammar instruction and generative vocabulary work were both areas of focus from our 2020 ELA curriculum review. When they're missing, students skip over unknown words in novel texts. They lack the ability to discern nuance, to gather meaning from, admire the craft of, and interpret grade level texts. It's also possible in this block model that students independently write for 25 minutes while the teacher delivers standards-aligned small group instruction. Like reading, when students practice their writing with the guidance of their teacher to address misconceptions as they arise through conferring in small group instruction, writers flourish. Research supports the fact that effective instruction in reading and writing provides students with far more time for actual reading and writing. Finally, an episode of instruction in the ELA block wraps up with a 7-minute share, where exemplary work is highlighted and celebrated, different approaches to the learning are also celebrated, and learning is synthesized across the components of the session.
So what does math look like in the block, 87-minute block? Consistent with the research, the block schedule in math provides more quality learning time. What I've done is put up a comparison of a model typical daily 50-minute lesson in IM and compared that with an 80-minute block lesson, which shows the potential to devote not only a greater percentage of instructional time in learning activities to support and apply new learning, but also total time. Taking a step back, I want to take a look at the structure of an IM math lesson. All IM lessons begin with an invitation to the mathematics. It's called a warm-up routine, and they typically last 5 to 10 minutes. This primes the pump and gets students ready to engage in the math of the day. The warm-up is followed by a sequence of learning activities that can take anywhere between 10 and 20 minutes each. These activities are designed to focus either on new learning, new concepts or alternatively, they provide students with the opportunity to practice and apply new learning or learning that's just occurred. Lessons conclude with a teacher-led synthesis of the learning, typically using student work. A cool down or exit ticket provides the teacher and the student with formative feedback on what learning is secure and what may need to be reinforced. Typically, any remaining time is used for independent practice. The benefit of this block structure also allows for time for that teacher supervised practice and small group instruction within the skill blocks. In the chart above, it shows that more time in total is devoted to those learning activities, the new learning and the application of learning, and a greater percentage of class time being allocated to those learning activities. Currently, we don't routinely implement all components of the instructional framework every day in math. We have to pick and choose activities, pick and choose when to give a cool down, and pick and choose when to have a press pause day that provide for some kind of independent practice. It's difficult to assign the practice problems for homework because those are intended to be done within the presence of the teacher because they're challenging and students need the encouragement and the interaction with their peers and with their teacher to address some of the more difficult applications of the math. Now, in adapting the IM curriculum to block schedule, it will require prioritizing lessons and activities and ongoing intentional planning. When merging lessons, we need to take a look at the learning goals and the key understandings we want students to land on over a series of lessons. Tracking the learning goals can help prioritize activities. Maybe it's possible to use the same activity to address additional learning goals by adding more to the synthesis. We often have to ask ourselves, what's the learning trajectory over the course of our unit or our lessons? What is the math story we're trying to tell? It can sometimes be tempting to prioritize activities where students extend and apply learning, but first it's important that students have the conceptual foundation to do so. The unit lesson narratives that are produced by IM help us see where the big aha moments come from and how to ensure that we leave enough time for students to experience those moments. In sort of adapting the block schedule to ours, it will require that teachers have ongoing time and support to continuously adapt the units as they progress through the year.
So a big part of this process and our collective success is going to be helping staff and students prepare for the block. Certainly it starts with communication in that plan, and part of that is what we've been doing now in the last few weeks, starting from the scheduling committee to our leadership team, to our teachers, and then classified staff, obviously here to the board, to parents, and then to students. We made the connection and met with our Wilton High School partners who experienced a shift from a traditional to a block schedule, not to compare age groups, but specifically the work professional to professional. And we're certainly very thankful to and appreciate our colleagues from Wilton High for doing that. There's going to need to be curriculum work and planning. We plan to do that between March and June. The coordinators and coaches are certainly going to be very instrumental in making that happen. We're researching with districts that are using a block schedule. We've becoming partners with them in our process to understand and certainly learn from their process. That includes districts like Guilford, Saratoga Springs, New York City, which Will spoke about tonight, schools in North Haven, Stratford, West Hartford, and Washington, D.C. We've set up some conversations already and are still continuing to reach out to different schools, and that will also include observations whenever possible. And as I promised to you last time, we promise not to visit the schools in D.C. or California. We're going to need professional development from professional developers by discipline, and certainly from our friends at CERC, which is the State Education Resource Center. We have time now to work through the details and certainly be ready by the end of August, the start of school. As far as lesson design is concerned, embedded from this winter through next year, writing in the summer, professional learning, and then PDD days next year as well, if you will, timeouts to regroup. We also have what we refer to as plus days, and that is that we just schedule out time where teachers are just able to sit and work together for different times throughout the day. We want to pilot this at some point. Those days are yet to be determined for some time this winter or spring. But we certainly want to set up our students and our staff to be successful to be able to do that. And that means we want to get through some of this work with our partner districts and some of the professional development first. And we may also want to use that pilot to inform some of the prep work we still need to do. We also need to build a culture around best practices in a block schedule, because even the best strategies will fall flat without the culture to deliver what's really best for students. And as I said earlier, we will do what's best for students. And as our guiding light, I know we all want to do the same thing. There's going to be need for ongoing follow-up and professional development as necessary through the 23-24 school year. Our last slide here is just really for your reference. It captures some of the research that you've heard about or seen tonight that was used to support some of the work and shared here. We hope this was helpful, hope it was informative to you, and we're happy to answer questions that you have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. We just listened to a lot. It's a lot to take in, a lot to digest. If people are ready to go around the table and ask questions, then I'm certainly ready to facilitate that.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Of course. You're at the table.
Thanks. So I don't want to get in your way. Will, do you mind if I ask a question of you?
Sure.
So this evening we heard a lot of commentary from some of our parents expressing real concern about the amount of time in a block schedule, and I think what I heard underneath that was just a worry that kids couldn't sustain attention, they wouldn't be engaged enough to make the learning meaningful. So two questions for you. One is, as a sixth grade teacher, we heard a little bit kind of generally how you would organize that time, but what would you do with kids and how would you respond to parents' concerns about keeping kids active? And then secondly, with the visits you've made to the middle school down in New York, what have you actually seen in the way that teachers in your content area and others are actually engaging kids for the block? Thank you.
I think in my speech, basically, the concept of method diversity is really where we need to focus, that like within that block of time, it isn't just one thing that the teacher and the students or the teacher or the students are doing, is that time, as Karen and Trudy spoke to for ELA and math, that in social studies we would have to find ways to do that same thing. My own personal philosophy is if I'm talking for more than 10 minutes, then I'm talking too much and the students aren't doing the work that they need to be doing. So that would be the professional development that we need to kind of focus on what are those diverse methods that we can employ in the classroom. Some examples, mini lesson, interactive read alouds, independent reading, independent writing, centers, mini lectures, activities, inquiry lessons. Like those can all be woven into one block of time. And I think this idea that they'll be sitting for that whole time is not, it's not sustainable, and I wouldn't allow it in my own classroom.
And can you talk just a minute about what you saw when you've gone to visit, is it IS 289 or one? Yeah, thanks.
Well, their whole school, their whole middle school, it's not just like one person's classroom. They have a whole school of philosophy that's, going on 20 or more years at this point, and not just in social studies or ELA or math, but science and other courses are also employing these more diverse method, a diversity of methods throughout the session to level up the learning and the engagement.
Yeah, and like, what do you see with the kids as you've been visited the classrooms?
What have I seen?
Yeah.
A lot of, like, the notebook work that they do is phenomenal. And, you know, most classes will begin with a mini lesson or a mini lecture, and then the kids will go off and practice that skill and then come back together. You know, everything is kind of focused on the critical thinking of the issue that's in front of them. There's a lot of civic engagement and informed action. And it works really well, I think.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Anybody else? I don't want to put people on the spot. Jen, do you want to start?
Sure. I have a number of questions, so if other people want to jump in, just let me know. I'll start with math. Trudy, have you had an opportunity to meet with our math teachers and go over how this would work?
Yeah, I've done a couple of things. We've had one meeting, we've had several conversations. The first thing I did when we were seriously looking at the block schedule was I went to IM to research what does it look like. And as I stated before, IM provides what they call block schedule guidance, where for all 3 grade level classes and for their accelerated classes, they provide a layout of what a block schedule can look like. And I printed those out. I shared them with all the math teachers. I also wrote in on their template the timeline guidance for each component of the lesson, and I shared it with the math teachers. I've had conversations, informal conversations individually with some teachers, and I've had a couple of teachers basically express, I think what we really need to do is try it in order to see how it fits and how it works. So yes, there's a fair amount of information that's been provided. I think people can digest information in small parts, so it's sort of looking at what we're doing now. Okay, let me look at what this looks like.
And their feedback in terms of whether or not this was doable?
Well, I will say some feedback is we won't know if it's doable until we try it. The biggest question.
Ridiculous.
Well, but I have more to say about that. One question that, and it kind of tracks very well with the feedback that I've gotten to talking to other schools that implement IM at the middle school level in a block, is that just as with the model schedule and the block schedule, how do you prioritize and fit it all in? They are concerned about being able to adhere to the timeline guidance. That's not something we've ever been able to do because in 41 minutes, we're taking pieces of the instructional framework and implementing them as best we can in our own way. So it's hard to say, yeah, I can keep this activity to 10 minutes because I'm not necessarily pairing it with the introductory activity and the practice activity, if that makes sense. So part of this work needs to involve support and professional learning. I watched the 2nd grade teachers and the 3rd grade teachers implement the lessons in the time frame provided because they have the time to do it, and they've gotten an enormous amount of professional learning support. Both Jen and Kathy have provided that opportunity for the teachers to do that, so I know it can be done.
Okay. Does anybody else want to follow up on math before I continue? I guess
Math again?
We'll come back to math. Some of the concerns with some of our parents of multilingual households was if you were now combining ELA, that they are now not having as much support as they currently have. And the current program in place, their children have really been benefiting from. So other than the skills block, which I guess is where we would fall back on, what supports are we going to have in place for those students if they currently are successful, but are then going to start showing some gaps in their learning?
I can take that question. So our current multi-language learning teacher will continue to support the students that receive those services, both in direct instruction as well as monitoring and push-in services across the curriculum. Students will benefit from the integrated approaches to ELA instruction, both in terms of consistency instruction and practice of skills. I have my answer on another paper. I didn't realize that. I apologize. Really, when you talk about multi-language learners, they really need large chunks of time to talk and read and write. Otherwise, they're over-taught and under-practiced. So the integration will actually support their learning.
And currently, do you guys know how many children are on those members, staff members? What's the word I'm looking for? Caseload.
So are you talking about the multi-language learners who are receiving services?
I guess what I'm really getting at is if we have kids right now who are doing fine, and now we're going to combine, and we find out that they're not doing fine anymore, do those providers have room on their caseload to support them? And if not, how are we supporting them, and are we then looking for outside supports to step in?
So part of how the students receive those services is based on an annual assessment that the students take to show their proficiency in their language acquisition. So that aspect won't change. So looking at how the students are growing and learning as readers, as writers, as listeners, and speakers of English. Students, especially our newcomer students who are new to learning English, they'll continue to receive the direct instruction. At this time, we have four students that would be called newcomers at Middlebrook, and then probably another 6 that are receiving more of the monitoring and pushing services, where our multi-language teacher pushes into classes and works with teams to provide modifications and support to the students. So all the students that are in need of service are receiving those, and I would expect that we would be able to continue that model. The one place where we might need more growth is if we do continue to increase in our numbers of newcomers. We may have to re-examine that at any time. Currently, we share our multi-language teacher with Cider Mills, so she's part-time at each school.
Okay, so if our students that don't currently receive support then need support, we're going to figure it out as we go?
Yes.
Okay. Lunch. Where does lunch fall for 7th grade and 8th grade? I only saw the 6th grade, it separates the two, but where does it fall for the others?
So during the third block of time, it's not unlike the high school model. I'll reference that. 6th grade has it in the first half of the third block. So 7th grade would have it toward the end, last 30 minutes of the third block of time.
So it's very neat for the 6th graders because it falls out. The second block finishes, they have lunch, the third block starts, but for 7th and 8th graders, it will be...
7th would be at the end of the third block, and then one team, or one grade level, would have a split block. And in the model, we proposed it to be 8th grade simply because it's modeled after the high school, and the high school uses a similar lunch approach.
So 7th grade would have lunch at 1:30 in the afternoon?
Yes, thereabouts.
So after having...
Not 1:30.
No. What is it?
Sorry, at the end of block 3, it says here is 1:30.
It would be starting around 12:55.
And then when
So it's incorporated in block 3, but for the last 30 minutes of block 3.
Okay, and what about 8th grade then? I'm sorry. where does it fall?
8th grade would divide that block 3. So it would be around 12:10, 12, so 40 minutes. It would be 12:40, 12:42.
Does that align with when the lunch period happens right now? In other words, it sounds very late.
They're later.
I know our 8th grade would be at like 10:30 or something crazy.
Yeah.
We looked at another model that started lunch at 10:15 or something?
9:55.
9:50, yeah. So this was the better option.
All right, so the skills block. I still have a lot of questions about what's going to happen during that time. I appreciate your efforts to further explain it for us. Can you explain again who's teaching the skills block, who's coming up with the curriculum for the skills block, and well, let's just start there.
Can do that, or?
For it.
What?
It should be a continuation of what's happening in the classroom, first of all. So the who is the classroom teacher. As Damien was talking a little bit about the rotation of it, the idea would be that if you think of the skills block happening on, say, a Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, following week Tuesday, Thursday, it's happening 5 times within a 2-week schedule, 2-week, what's the word I'm looking for, cycle. And for each discipline, that means that the child would have a specific discipline twice in that cycle. So from a student-facing version of that, they're getting an additional 2 times in that cycle of the 2 weeks for each of their disciplines: math, ELA, social studies, science, or language.
Leading off of that. So I think at the Middlebrook presentation, you alluded to, say, my kid is excellent at maths, but rubbish at ELA. So they would really appreciate for more skills block time in an ELA subject. Will that not be the case? Everyone will get the same amount of a skills block no matter where their strengths and weaknesses are?
Well, certainly the way we're proposing this starts is that we need to make sure we know where the students are assigned to be, where they're scheduled to be. The teachers are going to need to know where to expect them. Do we envision that down the road we're going to be able to be a little more flexible, to be able to move the children at times? Yes, but I think early on there's going to be a need to make sure that we're being careful not to rush past things. For example, just because a child is, if you will, up to date on what they are doing in the classroom doesn't mean that they aren't going to need that time, that individualized support that they would get from their teacher. So that would certainly take place in the skills block. Nicolette, did you answer your question?
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we look at the 6th grade schedule again then? So on day 2, they have skills block, their skills class goes up at block 3. So who would be responsible for them on day 2?
They'd be with their team teachers. Unless they're receiving intervention support or special ed services, then they may be with their interventionist or special ed teachers.
So I guess maybe that's where I'm getting confused. So if they are with their team teacher, how do they get, or your team teachers are specialized in a certain subject, so how do they get support from a different subject during that time? Are they rotating?
So the students that are not receiving, we'll use the term off team, right? So some students will be getting math intervention, reading intervention support, special ed services. There will be other students that are on team. Those students will be rotating through their core teachers in order to continue their learning in the subject area. And then students that may be on intervention will have opportunities to visit back into their core classes in a cycle as well.
So is it similar then to how a WIN works inside our mill as you're rotating through with your core teachers? That core teacher would then be looking at what you need, and that what you need could be support, that what you need could be enrichment, that what you need could look like many different things, and that cycle will go through with each teacher during that block? Is that, I'm just trying to
We're
visualize.
modeling it after the WIN idea, as Jory mentioned earlier, that when you're with those students, you're supporting them in your academic area as a teacher,
Right.
in the area that they would benefit from additional work, whether it's extension or reinforcement.
So at one particular moment in the skills block, let's say day 2, that first iteration of it, the teacher there, it might be science. Is that a way to think about
an
it?
example of a rotation?
Yeah,
would
or
be-
just like an example of a rotation, and then how many kids would be in that class and what it would.
So an example, if you will, if you look we don't have the schedule up, but if we say it's a Monday, Wednesday, Friday week, because every other day, the next week would be Tuesday, Thursday, right?
Yes.
So for one student, the rotation could be on Monday, math and ELA, on Wednesday, science and social studies,
Okay.
on Friday, world language and math,
Okay.
on Tuesday, ELA and science, and Thursday, social studies and world language. So that would be that student's rotation through those 5 days.
And that would be like an extension to some extent of what we need programs, so in the teacher kind of planning out their main lessons also kind of looks towards, the assessments of the kids and the extension of what they may need,
Right,
whether it
and
be
it's
support
also-
or enrichment, so it's
It's an extension to a lot of the responsive teaching we've been doing with
Okay.
kids over the last year, which has been tremendously effective, looking at their data, looking at, as a team and as an individual teacher, setting goals with the team and also with the individual students, and then determining what they need. Do they need more enrichment in this one area? Do they need personalized instruction in another? Do they need extra practice in some spiral skills for math or IXL skills? And the teachers really are doing this within the minimal time that they're given right now in the 41 minutes. And our intent is that they would have extra time through this rotation to be able to really dive into exactly what the kids need.
So I have a question about that. I'm honestly still so stuck on the skills. And what kills me is like 3 weeks ago, it was totally different than it is today. And I'm a little worried about like some of these vagueness to it. So how is the teacher going to determine that Mandy needs help on math, so Mandy's going to go to skills for math, versus Pam, who needs help on science? Like, how does that even, because again, 3 weeks ago was maybe capstone, maybe, like, it just seems to be very vague and evolving.
I think what we had intended in the beginning was to give it more flexibility because our teachers are so amazing and they know, and I do think over time, the flexibility and the ideas, they're much more creative than I am. And I think that when we saw that there was, worry and frustration, we said, what, maybe we need to go back to really structured set times and a rotation that we give of the students, as Jory was saying, that they're scheduled into these groups.
But so how does that even happen in a real day with 300 students? So let's just, not even 300, let's say 200 students.
Yeah.
These general ed, like, I can't even wrap my head around how.
So it would have to be, what Jory was saying, given a lot of time. So in the summer, we would set the skills groups. This is our intended plan right now. In the summer, we would set the skills groups just like we set any other class period. We group the students, we could set the classes. And then after the MAP, during a professional development day, we dedicate that to looking at scores, looking at the kids that need to move in certain areas, and then reset the classes again, the skill block classes.
And how often do these resets happen?
Right now, we were thinking of at least quarterly, but we want to make sure that we're giving teachers enough time to really look at the groupings, look at what sections kids need, and then hopefully get more flexible with it.
So Mandy could be in skills math, period.
No, you're gonna have a skills block for every subject.
Right, but like
what you get in that subject
would be math.
Would be, so like if you're in, from what I'm hearing is if you're in a skills block, your skills block and you're scheduled into math that day, you would be working on math set up with your math teacher, correct?
A one-on-one?
It would be
a small group.
It would be a small group. Yeah. So, and then you would be
trying. I'm really
trying. Yeah, and then it would be an extension of what they're working on, whether it's support or enrichment, and what you're trying to do is every quarter kind of group kids that have like needs. Did I miss that? Or at least assess what they need.
That's what we would work toward, right?
Okay.
But balancing classes is something that is, an amazingly difficult endeavor that we're actually looking at a new tool to help us with that. So there's not a button that we can push.
For everyone.
Not
So you're
yet.
getting a skills class in every subject.
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And so if you only need help in math, then presumably your math skills block will be focused on what you're missing in math. But then what are you doing if you're like on top of ELA, world language, and science?
Well, I'll
What
let
is going on in the
Trudy
skills block?
add to some of this, but like she spoke to before, it could be the additional time for reading, the enrichment texts, the looking at grammar and expansion of their writing, giving them more time to really look at the skills that they may not have in the class period.
They could be doing book club work, they could be doing extending their writing activities, they could be doing collaborative work, they could be doing self-designed courses of study to extend their learning, and it could also be addressing gaps in learning that are prerequisite skills for the unit of study in the instructional block.
Do you envisage that during a ELA skills block, the teacher will be delivering the same content to the entire class, or are there like maybe 6 different things going on at the same time that the teacher has to be on top of?
Similar to workshop instruction, in the skills block, students will be engaged in either independent reading or independent writing of some kind while the teacher delivers targeted, personalized instruction to small groups of students and through one-on-one or group conferences.
Math would work the
And how are you
same way.
making sure then that if I have a teacher and I gave this group small instruction today, the next skills set I have to make sure to give? I mean, it sounds like for the majority of students, we're still stuck in a study hall.
100%. No, I don't think it is.
If you're giving small instruction to a group of 4 students and there's 30 students in a room, 22 students in a room, what's happening to the other students?
They are progressing with their independent reading, their independent writing.
For 6th grade.
Excuse me,
Study hall.
just listen, please.
And while they are engaged in that, the teacher is delivering 7-minute small group instruction plans to 3 to 6 groups of students during that 44 minutes. It's not just one group of 4 students.
It's very similar to what you see the elementary school teachers do within their classes. When they assign a whole, students are working independently, whether it's a math task or reading, while they pull small groups of students to work together on very specific skills. It works parallel in both ELA and math, and our teachers at the elementary school do it routinely.
So I'm gonna ask one more question about how we're grouping these kids. So at first I thought they were staying with this class, and then they just went from one class and they moved to their skills group. Then I thought maybe you guys were separating them based on their different skills. So we would have the kids who all needed this support in one class and these kids who need this support in this class. But no, now it sounds like it's actually multiple groups within one class that all need something. Like maybe we have 4 groups within one class and there are 3 to 4 kids in each group that need a certain area of support.
I think it's really a place where initially we're looking at the skills block being an extension of the curriculum learning in ways that Karen and Trudy just described. And the assignment of students may not be that targeted in the beginning, but it's something over time that we really hope to be able to group students according to where they are along their learning continuum so that the groups can be a little bit more homogeneous in their needs.
But wouldn't that mean then that ultimately you end up with a class where all the kids are functioning at a certain level? Which then don't we start to separate all of our kids?
But that wouldn't be true of the majority of their classes. It's not like they're moving, if you.
But that's what I mean, we're just talking about skills, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But
Well,
ultimately, right, I feel like, go ahead.
we're gonna measure that, and it's gonna maybe be different in some of the different skill blocks. So say, for instance, in science, the skills might be more related to, for instance, say graphing, something that's gonna help them in their content, or in a lab exercise where they maybe haven't had as much time to develop that specific skill, but then in the actual science class, they can engage more in the content learning, because then they can apply that skill in that novel practice.
Okay, I'm not saying I have opinion one way or the other on this, but my entire time here, we've never leveled classes for the purpose of not wanting to single out certain kids for different reasons or whatnot. But if that's the case, I kind of feel like that's where we're leading towards in the skills block.
What I think Toby was intending to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, is grouping kids by the skills that they need, like diving deeper
Yes.
into the text and making inferences, or if students need, we notice that some students, and this happens often right now, need more time in graphing, say, or in measurement and time as they apply it to the science curriculum. Teachers are having to stop and reteach skills that would have been taught a couple of years ago, because we're going to continue to get kids that are still having learning gaps that we need to identify and return back to. So to me, that's what I mean, what I think you were trying to say as far as grouping kids. So there could be a set group of, and it's not 60 kids, it's like 16 kids within a skills group is what we believe would be in a classroom, and then separated into groups within that 16.
So then how would we be moving them then? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Are we moving them then within that same group of 16, or you were then going to move them out of that group of 16 sometimes because you think they're better suited in a different class?
So in the beginning, we intend to group these kids, let's say 16, within that class period, so we know where they are, right? So if you think of a pod on team, there are certain classrooms. They're each in those classrooms. There's 16 in those classrooms. Within those classrooms, there could be smaller groupings of kids working on the skills that they need, that the teachers are identifying to either close gaps or extend their learning or dive deeper into what they did in class. Then, after 42 minutes, they rotate. We are thinking that after a quarter, once we have MAP scores, look at where they've progressed, we give teachers a lot of time, because it's going to take a lot of time to plan, to regroup if necessary, and maybe we can get more flexible in the rotation of the skills if we need to have some student needs to master. But again, our teachers are the best barometer of that, and I think that we need to trust that we can be flexible in how we deliver that too, by after a real set, structured, at least first quarter.
And really, when we talk about transitioning to a different schedule with loved Will's terminology of different instruction. Method diversity. That we want teachers to have an opportunity to focus on that, and that the skills time will be extensions of those learnings, but we don't want to put more pressure on making all those identifications right off the bat. At the same time, knowing that their excellence in instructions will allow them to assess, as they do currently in a shorter time, what students' needs and how they can address and support them.
Do you have concrete plans on how you're going to make this transition? Because this is huge, what
Yes.
you're doing. So do you have in mind how you're going to manage that so that it's successful, so that people feel that your staff feels that they are managing this, that this is something that they can do well? Are there concrete ways that you have thought through how you're going to do that for them?
Yeah, I thought I described that in that second to last slide, just in terms of, from the communication plan to the Wilton High School to the working with our partner districts. We have consultants as well that we're leaning on as well, bringing in professional developers as well, giving our teachers time to, if not converse with and Zoom with, to actually go and actually observe it and see it in person. See it working. Because, a large part of what we're also trying to manage right now is I don't know what I don't know, and I'd like to be able to give them that opportunity to remove that piece to it, to be able to start digging into, all right, what does that mean and what does it look like? I just want to make one other comment that, just some of your questioning makes it sound like we've made it sound too much like the skills block is an extra help session. It absolutely is not that. I think one of the ways I can describe it best is not unlike by a story of something I observed just today. It was in a class, and they were doing book clubs, and the way that children were organized in those book clubs was based not only on the literature, but certainly on what they were attacking within those different book clubs. So, For example, one group was doing, as the teacher described, junior level work, sophomore, junior level standard work. Another book club might not have been at that same level because those kids were reading a different novel and attacking different, and ultimately they're looking at different character archetypes, and they're really starting to examine how difficulty and complex characters can be. A character isn't just this one bland thing, but is something that is really a dynamic that is very flowing. So it's an example of that sort of class, and at the end of the class there was so much left to be done, and we're in the middle of some great rich conversations that had to be cut short because it was only a 42-minute period. That the skills block is going to afford not only that opportunity for the kids to come back and continue that effort and dive deeper into it, but it's also going to give the instructor an opportunity to, if not just eavesdrop on them and understand what it is that they're saying and doing, but also be able to give feedback and push and press. It's to be able to give that level of enrichment for those children, in addition to a child who is maybe struggling with writing an essay and struggling with ideas and needs a thought partner in doing something like that.
So my question is then, like you were just using ELA as an example. Let's say Mandy and I are in the same ELA class. Will we then be in the same ELA skills block? Because, so you're not going to be able to continue your book club discussion if you have kids from other sections who are reading other books.
Yeah, that's a good example of something that we're going to have to be careful of relative to how we do the groupings for the kids. Mm-hmm. No doubt, because there's, I think early on that may be something that we're going to need to be able to allow for that level of flexibility, because the teacher themselves will say, no, I need Mandy and I need her partners with her at the same time, so therefore I want to regroup them in that moment, if that's a choice that they wanted to make. But I think early on we're not going to be able to do that just from a sanity standpoint, just from a scheduling, as Nicole talked about, the very difficult process of scheduling kids.
I don't want to interrupt you. I had a question about world language, and I was on the board when the high school moved to the block schedule, and so I'm well aware of what you can do with a long period for world language, but I have a little bit of, and I know this is just one sample, that not every sixth grader will have this schedule, but let's say this is my sixth grader's schedule.
You're looking at the example here?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they're taking Spanish, and then they have their Spanish skills block is also the same day they have their regular Spanish class, because that's the way the skills block has fallen on this particular schedule. And then we're looking at, in this, say day one is Monday, my child is going to have 4 days where there's no Spanish instruction or no practicing of a foreign language. And also, aside, I'm really happy that you're opening up world language to all people. So that's great. There's some good things about what the block schedule provide for world language. But I am concerned about, if you're practicing speaking Spanish and learning a language, what are you going to do that you're not doing it every day or 5 out of 7 days?
So
you do now?
That may be an example that happens in a given week, but keep in mind that those skills blocks are rotating, so it's not going to be an every week event where the world language class and their world language skills block are going to happen on the same day.
But at this schedule it will be, because they're not. The skills block is always showing up.
When it happens, it will be on the
So when it happens, it's going to cycle through. But if, what's that slide that we're talking about, the example you were talking about, the thing. Am I saying it wrong? Okay.
So I think, Laura, just to your question, that it is daily practice is obviously important in learning a new language, but on the flip side, the opportunities that come from the longer block where students will be able to engage in reading and writing and listening and comprehension, that having that deeper practice is really going to be important. And for something like world language in the skills block, when students will be able to do things like read in the target language, we're using a new app this year called Blangu, where students can choose different levels in the target language to practice actual reading and comprehension, that will be a great opportunity for them to practice maybe a separate skill than what they were really working on during the regular class period.
I have some world language questions too. Are you going to be able to offer, so you've got an 8th grader who's never taken Spanish before, will you be offering different levels of Spanish?
We'll be looking, at least in the first year, to have introductory levels at probably all 3 grade levels as new students are introduced into world language study. We're also looking at the possibility of one class being more of the introductory class that advances students to the next level, and maybe another class that's geared to learners who maybe struggle with more language-based learning that might be more about focusing on vocabulary and in other aspects of the language rather than diving deeper into things like grammar and conjugations and the different application of and practice of skills.
And I think, speaking a bit from personal experience, world language is never my favourite thing, and if you told me I didn't have to take it, that was fine with me. And I'm sure that there are some kids at Middlebrook who are like, I'm doing DBT, so I get out of world language, and I'm really happy about that. What, is every student going to have to take a world language now? And what, is it ever written into their IEP that my child will not take a world language?
Sure. That's why it's an individualized education program. But it's just like any other course. Middle school is exploratory, and we're trying to give them the experience of all the subjects and all of the stride offerings. And so we have students who don't want to take math, and it's part of their program. And this is what we think is best to introduce language to kids, all kids, starting in 6th grade. But of course, if there's a reason and their PPT decides that, this is not something that they require, then that's what the decision is, and that's part of their IEP.
And currently, talking of DBT, currently it's delivered every day.
Correct.
How will that, and that's the best for DBT, how will that work in the block schedule?
Currently, it would still live in the stride block.
So could a student do it every day?
So again, there could be different groupings of students, but we have to look at the priorities of their IEP, and then if they have to miss something else because it's an off-grade level class, that's how that would work. But in working with Tanya Leonard, we looked at it coming out of the stride block to keep it as an opportunity to take it every other day or in lieu of certain subjects and not others. So
as well as getting services delivered in the skills block, they'd be missing a stride because they'd also be doing it in a stride block.
Currently, yes, we're proposing that DBT would be part of, still a part of the stride, because during skills, typically there are other goals and objectives that need to be worked on during that skills time also.
Meaning some of our kids still have to make a choice.
Yes, some do. Mm-hmm. Again, there's not a perfect schedule.
This skills block, one of the concerns from many people in our community is that they don't have the same class every day. And that's, for a lot of people, they think learning happens every day and you have this big gap and it's going to be harder to manage and whatnot. Your skills block classes, when they occur, it's the same subjects that they've had that day though, right? And we would
No, not necessarily.
So we're looking at a sample schedule, right? So that this is one student whose classes meet in this way.
Yeah.
Yes.
But one of the benefits to the block schedule was not having multiple, not having all of these classes in one day. But it's possible then to have certain block schedules, but then also in skills block to have different subjects. So we actually are having multiple classes on the same day. Am I making sense?
Yes, and yes, that if
Right.
as it rotates through, if you have, let's say, on Science and World Language Day, and you have skills, and you have your math and your ELA class, then those are the extension activities for math and ELA, and you have your core Science and World Language on that day. Right? Did I say that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I'm sorry. Tell me that one more time.
Sure. Okay. Someone say it better than I did.
So if we're on day 2, right, you could go from your world language class to your math skills block, to your ELA skills block, to your science class. So still having multiple subjects covered in that day.
Okay. But you think we'd never really hit more than 4 subjects?
To start, no.
Right?
Yeah, I think it needs to be really structured in the beginning.
Okay.
That's
I think
what
that was your all's point of having the block though, right? To have these kids not be responsible for multiple classes on the same day. That was one of the perks,
That's one of them, yep.
right? Okay.
I have a couple of questions. I'm really trying to embrace this. I want to start with when the high school teachers came, and I've heard several times said that they were only able to cover 2/3 of the curriculum. And I would love to hear your all's thought on that.
I can respond to that. That was actually the math group that I sat through. I think there's a couple of things that you have to keep in mind. Middle school uses a math program. High school teachers have constructed their courses in a very coherent way, but they've constructed their own courses from the resources that they have. High school curriculum, and this sort of is a global comment, when you look at when the Common Core standards were designed and implemented, Common Core standards were exceptionally well organized, they're coherent, and the learning progresses in a very orderly way, kindergarten through 8th grade. The framers of the Common Core will tell you, and have done so multiple times, they ran out of time at the high school. So that coherence and the pared down content did not happen for high school. There is probably more content at the high school than there could be. But the high school teachers have also said, we're not teaching as much, but what we are teaching, we're teaching in greater depth, and we're doing it in a way where we know our students far better than we did before. I'm confident, because we're leaning into a program and we're utilizing the guidance for implementing the program in a block schedule, that we're not going to lose curriculum in that way. You can't generalize that because in the high school they found this outcome, we will find the same outcome in middle school.
And I agree, but I feel like there's a generalization that has been on other things. Like, we've generalized the high school as a block schedule in the positive ways, but it seems like when we're looking at some of the negative ways,
Well, I don't know that I would agree with that. I think what we've said about the block schedule, we've looked at the experience at the high school as having been positive for teachers and students in terms of slowing down the pace, giving students more time. It's also provided for that depth. I think those things are true in the case of the proposed Middlebrook block schedule, slowing down the pace, and moreover, being able to achieve that depth in instruction that we can't in 41 minutes. Those are true. I think curriculum is a different, what is the high school? There's different courses. What are they covering? What are they not covering? I don't think it's the same generalization.
I do think though that with math, our teachers are concerned. Like,
I agree.
truly concerned that they cannot deliver, because it means we've got a block now, which means multiple lessons need to happen in one sitting, and they're concerned. And I think that's what, I'm not going to speak for everybody on the board, that's what concerns me.
Mm-hmm. Right. I go back to the comments that I made earlier in the presentation. Lesson is sort of a way we describe what happens in one sitting. All the lessons, all the experiences, if you want to call them that, in a block schedule will follow the lesson framework. The lesson framework being the introduction to the math, the invitation to the math, the deep dive, the learning, the synthesis. The developers describe the synthesis as where the magic happens. In the block schedule, we can experience all 3 components of the lesson routinely. How the activities get organized is guided by both what the learning outcomes are, what the storyline is within the math, and how we choose to organize. The starting point is the IM block schedule guidance. It lays out in a very coherent way. I'm not concerned that we won't address what needs to be addressed. We will still prioritize activities and what we want to cover, but we can do it in a far more coherent way than we can in 41 minutes.
I guess I'm still concerned, and I know you said it's not about time allotment, it's about what you do during that time, but if you just look at apples to apples, this is still a reduction in
It's
math
not.
time.
It's not.
So I thought we agreed on that the last time, that it was a reduction in math time. Apples to apples. If you look at pure minutes of math, as it is today, versus pure minutes of math.
Currently, we have 7,380 minutes in the math block. In the block schedule,
Sorry, if you add statistics that we also are having right now.
Okay.
That I would consider math.
Okay. We can talk about the efficacy of that, but fine. That would add another 850 minutes, so that would be 8,200 minutes. We have 7,830 minutes in the block. With the additional time of the skills block, we would end up with 9,400 minutes.
Every day.
So, but
It ends
again,
up being an average of 5 minutes a day. If you have a math skills block twice in a 10-day period, that's 88 minutes in 10 days. Right.
but so what worries me, Trudy, is that 3 weeks ago, that was different. And again, I think that, Jory, my general feeling about all of this is a great starting point. Like where we are today is a really great starting point. What worries me is that some people are feeling like this is an ending point, that we're gonna go ahead and vote on and implement it. And, you know, for me, I've been teaching and learning for 4 years, we've been talking a lot about schedule changes. And it really resonated with me when I was in Chuck's science curriculum review, thank you. And how specific you are for that curriculum review. And how I wrote some of the words down. There's planning, there's articulating, there's developing, there's evaluating, there's data. And I just feel like we need time to go through all of that. And listen, I'm not standing on a soapbox for anybody. I'm just thinking that I don't understand how we went from 4 years ago, here's an idea, to where we are today. I feel like it's really rushed, and I feel like even just listening to some of your answers, they seem really vague, and I'm really worried about the vagueness of it and the whole idea of figuring it out. And we'll figure it as we go. The idea would be we need to be more flexible.
Okay, never mind.
I would love to sit here and say, here's our concrete plan. We've had the parents involved, we've had the teachers involved, we have parent commitment, we have teacher commitment. It really worries me to sit here with 90% of parents, I'm gonna just throw out, I don't know that number exact, but 90% of teachers not supporting this. And I think it's a great starting point. And my question, Jory, for you is, what's our plan B? If the board doesn't vote this through, I would love to look at maybe the 7-period, combining ELA and a 7-period. I don't feel like I feel like we're in a position as the board that this is all we're offered.
So there's certainly no doubt that there's one recommendation here, and that recommendation is this one schedule. You're right about that part of it. But, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the constructs of a 7-period day, if all other things being equal, doesn't allow us to get to the conversations we were having specifically about ELA and math.
But
to deliver that
say that we did a
curriculum.
7-period day and we combined ELA.
Mhm.
You
So
get
at least
47 minutes, you don't get 60.
For 47 minutes, right? You don't get
It's a
60, but
47-minute period.
It's a starting point. When you say pilot is TBD, I don't know, there's a lot of things that worry me that I just don't feel like we have some concrete data. And again, I compare this that I've been a part of and Chuck's science curriculum review, and it felt night and day different.
What is it that feels vague to you? What did
The
you hear
fact that
tonight?
I feel like this was just dropped on the board and dropped on parents, and that from what I'm reading, all the emails that we're getting, a lot of parents don't feel like they had a lot of involvement in the planning of this. And that 90% of our teachers are still against this.
So it's hard, certainly from where I sit, to feel like that's, that we haven't been open and clear about what the process has been, whether that's going back to 2018 as far as back as that, or just even the process relative to teacher involvement and teachers being invited in the process, parents being
invited. Why do you think 90% of the
invited.
teachers are against it then?
Well, I haven't seen that survey. I don't even know what was asked, so it's hard for me to comment on something that, I don't know. I heard what you heard,
That's fair,
certainly.
yeah.
So I would trust that information is being shared, is being shared accurately too. I would. But I think I've said it before, that I have no doubt that I'm not sure how to do that. I don't think I like it. I have worries and I have concerns about it. Therefore, I'm not in support of it. It's kind of the message that's been a through line early on. I mean, back when I met with you in December, there were really 3 areas that were, the areas of, hey, teachers are expressing concern about the skills block, the 80 minutes, and the loss of colleagues, the loss of friends on team. And so, at least as far as the articulation of the skills block, I do take exception to the idea of it's changed as a bad thing, as opposed to it's changed for a good way.
No, it just changed quickly.
Well, part of the iterative process here has been to say that early on, if there was a mistake I made here, it was that I thought the teachers would want to have more of a voice and choice in terms of what actually is going to take place in that skills block, for example. What was pretty clear is they were saying, nope, not so much. I need to know more about it in order to, say, do I like it or not, or am I supporting it or not. I think what we've done now over the last month plus is to really try to hone in on exactly what does that look like and what is it going to mean, not only from a teacher point of view of what they're going to be doing and not doing for that matter, but also from a standpoint of what's the student action, what are they actually doing in those moments. The other thing that we haven't really talked about tonight, but I certainly want to make clear, is that we're trying to find more opportunities to give more prep time through that skills block as well, and enrollment's going to dictate whether or not we're going to be able to group kids. If you imagine grouping kids in those groups of 16, are there enough kids on a given grade level that the teachers could group them in three classes instead of 4 classes, and therefore free up, instead of just 1 teacher, 2 teachers during that skill block, to have an additional prep period? So you're probably smacking me from afar for saying that out loud, because we gotta work out those details to make it happen. I don't want to make a false promise here, but at the same time, hearing that feedback to say, hey, look, this is something that we recognize we're going to need more time to be able to plan just on a regular basis, to say nothing of, I mentioned very briefly the idea of a plus schedule, maybe, on every other Wednesday sort of thing, or a middle of the month sort of thing. Those ideas where you can say, look, we're just going to need a regroup moment to be able to say, look, I need to kind of catch my breath on where are we now and what do I need to do to plan forward. So, I want to make sure that it's clear that what we're trying to do is be responsive to that feedback and input, to really try to make it a little more palatable, a little better, but also maybe also do a better job of articulating what does it look like, what is my vision, what is our vision, versus where's there disagreement, or where can there be agreement?
And I appreciate that, and I think that's great. It just feels like, why rush that? And I think that's an important part of the process, that personally, I would love to see it, maybe we start with the 7 period for next year, and we combine the ELA, and we see how that goes, and we pilot with an 8th grade class for a couple of weeks, and see if we could do the block. It just seems to be a lot of questions, and I'm not opposed to the block schedule. I'm not opposed to a combined ELA. It feels very rushed from the first time you mentioned this to us in December, the teaching and learning, to where we are today. It just feels to me, someone who's been on it for 4 years.
So can I just ask a question? So at teaching and learning over the last couple of years, where it's been on the schedule and things have been discussed, and what's been discussed? So why is this here now?
The tricky part is that we've never talked about a block.
Never.
We've talked about different changes, but this was the first time I've ever heard of an actual block schedule.
In December,
And
really,
was
was.
in December.
Yeah, in December
I think
was the
that's
first time.
what, for us, right?
And-
Although we've been talking about this.
We've been talking about more
Table.
math time, and how we're going to get to more math time. And then all of a sudden in December, it was like, we have this schedule, there's still a lot to work out. We're gonna go through a block schedule. It feels rushed to someone who's been really part of it for 4 years, 3.5 years.
I think part of the concern too is we're asking, right, if you're going to collapse reading and writing, that's a curriculum change. We are now extending classes to 87, 88 minutes. That's also a curriculum change. And now we've added a skills block on top of that, which is another kind of change.
And a new STEM course, which is
a new STEM course. It's just a lot all at the same time. And I guess to Mandy's point, like, why the drive to do this now versus try some different things next year and, I don't know, maybe implement something like this later on?
At Teaching and Learning, when other schedules were brought to you, did you go through them?
We never had a full schedule brought to us. It was, there's discussions, we're figuring it out, we'll figure it out, there's discussions. The only mention that we strongly had was 60 minutes of math, and that was probably 3 years ago. And then throughout.
Listen to jury's ideas, every time we would come back with a different thought and a different idea of what they were struggling with. So we would go through that idea, and then he would say, but this doesn't check all the boxes, or this doesn't check enough boxes for me, or the staff.
So it was discarding ideas or other schedules along the way?
Including all the ones.
Including all the ones that we saw.
I mean, I've only been on the committee for a year, but he was on the agenda almost every month, trying to talk about where they were in the process.
And I think that that's why we're not opposed to a block schedule, because we have listened to so many options that failed for multiple reasons. I think it's just, does it need to happen right now with so many unknowns?
I don't know how you evolve into it. I was listening and something we had talked about earlier about, is a 7-period schedule kind of a step in that direction, and I don't think it is. And the reason I don't think it is because of the instructional minutes requirements that we've been talking about for years around ELA and math. I think, Karen's nodding over there. I think anything less than 60 for ELA would be a non-starter if you're looking to.
I mean, listen, for someone who has put no time, I know there's teachers who have proposed to us over emails some possible schedules, so I'm not going to throw any possible schedules out there, but I think that's my point, Kevin. Maybe just let's slow it down and look at some options versus here's our only option as a board that we can. So it's either vote on this or what?
Yeah, well, so then I think it's just state of the status quo, and it's for all the reasons they've been talking about all night. Every other model they looked at, and they've looked extensively. He didn't mention it, but it's in the questions that we sent to you. One of the steps that we took a couple of years ago was to purchase Michael Reddig, who is the kind of scheduling guru here in the United States. He maintains an index of 500 plus schedules, and so I think it was when Lauren was still here, we went through a bunch of them.
Right, I remember that.
Beginning with a set of value propositions about what do we prioritize first. It's the team, it's the instructional minutes in these curricular areas. And then you get into the implications of trying to fit it all together in a matrix. And, there wasn't another one that worked. And they, landed on the block. And we didn't start at the block. If we did, we would have been talking about it, right? Months and maybe years ago. We ended at the block because that was the one, as Jory said, met the most criteria of what they wanted a new schedule to do.
No, and again, I'm not opposed to the block. I just, I would love to see a pilot. I would love to see data. It's shocking to me. Toby, you were going through some of the data. Some of that data is 45 years old to 20 years old on the screen that you showed.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying this to be on a soapbox. It's just as a parent, I feel like we are so particular about so much. We put so much time and energy to make sure we do it right. And I'm just not feeling this way about this. And
Randy, I think that's a great point, and I think, but I also think that when you think about education and research in general, and we look at what our day looks like, the same that it was when
No, and I agree.
junior
I'm not
high
saying it's
open.
perfect, and I think Will made some great points. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, I'm saying let's just come up with a better plan and transition into it. That's my point.
Is there an option to leave things as they are now and work on this for a year? And then
With
try
pilots.
to pilot it, and implement it later?
Or an option to combine ELA next year and have a STEM course in addition to that. I mean, I'm just, again, I don't want to be doing your guys' jobs, and you know this much better than I do. But as a parent, it's just not feeling good to me.
I think the other tricky part for the community is we're coming off a year where the scores for Middlebrook were pretty stellar.
Well, I would also
upend it and just switch out the whole thing. I think that's the other tricky part for people to kind of comprehend.
Yeah, I think, though, that in fairness, there are people in the community who are very supportive of the move to the block schedule. We are hearing from both sides. So I don't want to play.
Ruth, would you, just, and without being mathematical, I feel like it's 90% not supportive, about 5 to 10%. What would you guess it would be?
Well, I'm not going to totally judge it just by, I've talked to people, I've been around people, what we all, go through in the day.
But just what we've all heard, so the emails, and I know I haven't attended any of the, because of my work
Yeah, so
schedule.
I've been at parent forums and people are in support of it. I've had people, let us know of their support of it. I think there have been, emails. I also think that,
what would you say the breakdown was? Just
I'm not going to, I don't know. Honestly, I've been responding to emails left and right. I don't know how many emails I've, been responding to. I also think that it's, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at it all. And I mean, that's really, I'm trying personally to honor that process. Tonight has moved me, closer in understanding. There's a lot of sitting and thinking that I need to do. There's still questions, I think, that that are out there, and we received responses to a lot of our questions that I would like to go through.
Would it help if we had more parent gatherings and go over this in a more,
I think,
in a less formal way?
I think that talking about it more never hurts. So, yeah, sure, yes. I don't think that there's ever been a rule that says,
so we're not
more
going to vote on
discussion.
it February 9th?
That decision is not one that I'm prepared to make at this moment. I think that we have all just sit through 3 incredibly intense hours. And there are still things to think about and things to discuss and things to learn. And if, I think that we have more to hear on the 9th. And the board needs to, I think every member of the board needs to feel as though their questions have been heard and answered. That doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's satisfied with the response, or that we're all in agreement. But I think that's something that still is unfolding, and I'd like to see where we all are over the next couple of days, when we have some time to process.
If you guys want to open it up to more parent meetings, do we want to consider a survey to parents?
I think that the comments that we have and that we've received, and the ability for anybody to communicate with us, serves that same vehicle without the confines of, of a structured answer. So that would be my thought on that. That I think that we are hearing from the community.
But if that's the case, then we're only going by people that have written to our board.
So, but also, if we do a survey, we would only be going by people who answer the survey. I think that people, I think that I think that our process is serving us well.
What would be the downside to a survey?
Well, part of it would be how's, coming up with a survey, making sure it's properly
Something
done, that there's,
The questions are appropriate
and that hearing from
It just prolongs,
how many people respond, do we do K through 12, do we do 5th through 8th? And if we're looking at turning it around really fast. No, I don't know, but I'm just saying, but also part of our job as a board is to read the emails. And you're right, that most of them are against it, and we're reading the emails, we're listening to public comment. I don't know that,
No, go ahead.
Ideally, if we could get a really good survey and that's what we give to parents and to Middleborough staff. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's not,
it just feels rushed.
yeah. I know, I don't disagree
But I
with that.
think a change of this magnitude warrants us taking the extra time, even if it's rushed, like us staying up late one night and coming up with some questions and having a quick turnaround time. I think our community would appreciate having that another opportunity. I don't think everybody in our community has time to stop and write to us. How many of you have been stopped out in public, and how many of, you know what I mean? Those people have reached out to us, but we don't have a written record of how they feel. But through a survey, you would.
Well, are you saying that the response of the survey would dictate your decision?
I'm saying it would allow the community who feels like they haven't had an opportunity to participate in this whole process to have another, opportunity.
My answer to that question would be yes, because I feel like I'm a representative of the community, so it'd be great to hear what more people in the community think. So my answer to that question would be, it would definitely help me come up with an answer.
But we also don't represent just parents, we represent the entire
Teachers,
community.
right, so I think
even
teachers-
people who don't have kids in schools.
Right.
Yeah.
So you guys want to weigh in?
About the survey.
I think that in terms of people we've heard from, in human psychology is if you've got something to complain about, you're going to tell 100 people if you're happy with something, you'll tell 2. So if it lowers the bar to, hearing from the people that don't want to take the time to write, then it's easy to fill out a targeted survey that can be done in 5 minutes or expanded if they want to. I don't see a downside.
But then it does require more time, which is not a bad thing either.
It seems to me one of the opportunities that we need to take advantage of is providing more study sessions for folks. As we're thinking about a survey, I think a lot of folks in the room probably learned some new information tonight. It's a major change and it's complex, and there are legitimate questions. And so I'd be concerned about just putting out a survey. I really want to think carefully about what questions would you ask and how well are folks equipped to respond to those questions if they don't have a clear understanding of what the magnitude of the change is, what it means for kids. I heard a lot of perception and worry tonight, and I've seen it echoed in some of the many of the letters we've received. And as I've been thinking about all of the commentary, I think one of the themes that is coming through loudest is this kind of fear of loss, whether it's loss of colleagues or loss of this perception of learning and how learning is conducted in 40-minute increments, and then this worry about what would happen in an 80-minute block. And we've heard kind of perceptions of worry about that. Some of our staff through the letters have echoed some concerns about that, but we've also seen and heard, I think pretty clearly for the folks that have been talking to schools that run block schedules, there's opportunities for really high quality work taking place. And so in my mind, I think, whoever, Jen, I don't know if you said, I think it would be really important for Jory and his team and the rest of us to create as many opportunities as possible to really interrogate the the schedule as it's proposed. And I think, you don't seem satisfied with the understanding that there are other models that don't work because of the values that we have put on the table as things that we need to hold really sacred here. And so, to me, that also says, I got to show you, more detail why the 40/80 was a non-starter. And I think, maybe the other opportunity here that we need to think about in the short term is, what we've articulated the values are maybe not your values. And so we've said we have to protect the team because that's what we hold most sacred at Middlebrook. We've said we have to have these increments of time for at least math and language arts. We have to protect kids' opportunity to access stride. And so we've articulated those, and and we meaning all of the people who've participated on the schedule committees over time. But maybe you have some different ideas about what you would want to sacrifice or let go of.
But what worries me about all that, Kevin, is that we're going to do all this in a week.
Well,
that's where I get nervous.
So
if we were saying,
I understand.
But if we were saying, let's do this over a year, let's have consultants. No other schools in our DRG are doing this. So we were saying, let's go to Washington, D.C.
Dare to be great, Mandy.
Let's go to California. I'm signed up. Let's go everywhere. But we have a week because it's been deemed to vote on this next week.
No,
that's what's
it's
worrying.
not deemed to be voted
okay,
on.
in 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Here's the pressure that we'll just have to find a way through. So, as I look at this schedule proposal, and I've had a hand in nixing the rest of them because they didn't meet the criteria. The decision that I made is to couple it with the budget process because there's a staffing implication, and we have serious budget constraints right now. And so, while to me those two things are completely separate and separate decisions, I link them through this what I think is a really gifted opportunity to do something great for kids at Middlebrook School, fully recognizing the human cost of that decision. So we can decouple those, and then we have to make a decision about the budget proposal. And the decision is, it assumes right now a reduction of 7 FTE.
Mm-hmm.
And so the simple decision is, we're going to add that 7 FTE back, or we're not. And if we're not, what are going to be the options around reducing 7 FTE? That's, to me, that's where that sense of urgency comes in.
100%, and that 7 FTE is tied to this block schedule, which is tied to the time, and that's where I feel uncomfortable.
That's the assumption that I made.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be that way. It can be that
But if
way.
we keep the 7 FTE, then it changes the whole block schedule.
No, it's either one.
We're going to 7 FTE if we don't do it.
Right, that's my point.
So it's
that's my point. They're all they're tied together.
The connecting point here is the desire to integrate language arts.
Right.
Right? I mean, I suppose if
which we could do
you
in
had
7.
money, you could integrate language arts and co-teach it. That idea was bandied about some time ago as we've talked about these different possibilities. I could be beautiful. I'm not sure that that's the best use of resources when we are in a resource-constrained environment, but that's a choice.
But that integration of ELA could happen in 7 period, just to see how it works. Not that we could ever go back and bring 7 FTEs.
I wouldn't support it by simply just reducing a period because you're not going to have enough. So what you get is then you go back to the time conundrum that we're combating right now.
Right, which is why it's all so
right. Then you're literally cutting it in half, and you don't have the opportunity to run a full workshop model. To me, that is a step backwards that I would not recommend. I would not support.
I guess it's just hard not having a plan B.
Well, you can say no. Right? This is, at the end of the day, the board is going to come to a point where you've decided you have enough information to make a judgment, and you can vote. And your plan B is status quo, right?
It would be that they would stay the same.
No, I understand.
And that would be that's what the plan B would be.
Yeah, and then we have some financial decisions to make.
Pretty hard ones.
They're all hard, right? They're all hard.
And so it was and that's why I
And I said that I wanted us to have time to sit with it.
So we'll be on the agenda next week. Even if we don't vote, that we'll do more discussing.
Yes.
To discuss what's sitting on the agenda.
Not voting on it?
I thought someone else thought it was too rushed.
Right.
Okay.
So
So then let's,
we've got an agenda to finish.
okay, so we can,
So just tell them, just hang on. I asked them if they can automatically shut it.
Yeah, can they?
No,
All right. We'll try to get through the rest of this as quickly as we
We'll
can.
figure it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, this is going on. Yeah.
okay.
All right. So just, I think you need to just wrap this.
Yeah,
this
so
portion
I
of the
think
agenda.
that if board members could get additional questions in, that they have clarifications that they're seeking. Jory, I know that you will be meeting with Cider Mill parents on Monday evening. If we can get in motion some workshops, regardless of whether to continue workshopping the idea, talking about the idea, discussing the idea. It will be on our agenda for our next meeting, and we'll continue to work the process. I would invite board members to think hard about how, if the decision is not made prior to the budget, if Kevin could give some direction about.
I'll lay out some
Yeah,
options.
if you could
won't
lay out-
like a single one of them, but I will provide them for you.
No. But if you could lay out some options.
Sure.
So those can be thought about as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jory and team,
Welcome.
for everything tonight.
And if there's anything we can do to make anything clearer or answer your question, obviously, I know you don't need my permission to send us questions, but I certainly want to welcome them to consider the dialogue and continue and make sure we make it clear.
No, thank you. That's much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Okay.
You ready
The
for the
budget.
next 3 hours? No? All right, well, so I'll share some good news with you tonight. Right, it's all good news, come on. We're one community here.
Seniors here that have been waiting for 3.5 hours to comment after this specific discussion. They have homework, they have 5 AP classes, they have patiently waited, and now we're going to go for another 3 hours. If the board can at least entertain the students' public comment out of line, I think that is something that the whole audience
You're the board chair, by all means. If you want to vote to amend the agenda to invite some public comment for students, by all means, it's a great idea. We need them to study. Yeah.
Is there a just give a second, please.
Sorry.
It's okay, just procedure.
I move that we allow.
How many students, please?
3.
3? 10 minutes.
10 minutes of public comment before we, to amend the agenda to allow 10 minutes of public comment by 3 high school students.
A second. All in favor?
Hi, good evening. My name is Julia Clark. I'm currently a senior at Wilton High School, and I've made my way up through the Wilton School District. I stayed here tonight for 3.5 hours because I'm really passionate about the mental well-being of all of the students at Wilton High School. I'm a senior, and this was my first full year of high school that I've ever had because of the pandemic, and I think that that's something worth noting. What we're planning on doing to implement a monumental change into these students' lives isn't something that should be taken delicately, and I understand that I'm standing up here and I plead full naivety to the fact that I'm just a student and that's all I am. But I do have a perspective that's different from every single person in this room, and that is the perspective of a student who went through a worldwide trauma, and we shouldn't minimize that. Every single student that you're talking about pertaining to changing their everyday lives has gone through a trauma, and when they get back to school, after any student has endured a trauma, it's unfair to expect them to accommodate to all of these different issues. I'm concerned about students with ADHD, with depression, anxiety, and in such an high-pressure environment because Wilton strives for excellence. That's bound to happen. But yeah, as I said, I can only speak from my own personal experience, and I'm scared that this schedule won't work for everyone. You're trying to jump from students being led to all of their classes in a single file line in 5th grade to a college seminar style course with 87-minute block periods that even some of my peers can't handle. I feel aptly ready for college.
It's been 2 minutes, so just wrap up.
I know. Okay, thank you. I feel aptly ready for college, but I don't think that a 6th grader should have to. So with that being said, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Fletcher. I'm a current junior at Wilton High School, and I'm here today to address some of the concerns regarding the implementation of a block schedule within Middlebrook School. While I may not have the professional training and qualifications of some of you, what I do have is on-ground experience with many of the kids whose lives are impacted with the schedules changing. Beyond high school, I'm also a board member and multi-year-long improv coach of Trackside, an organization that many of you are familiar with. At Trackside, I work with a variety of kids ranging from 4th to 9th graders. Since joining Trackside, I have noticed a staggering shift in the attention spans of children. Whereas the kids I once saw at Trackside could originally sit comfortably for 8 to 15 minutes during an activity without any of them causing disruption, that time frame has now dropped from 5 to 10 minutes with the addition of younger generations who were exposed to quarantine at a different time. By adding a block schedule to Middlebrook, students who have faced a staggering difference in their executive functioning and attention span due to COVID would now have more work than those of the students who could have been better suited for this type of scheduling. Additionally, there are matters of maturity which can be reflected by the currently lowered attention span of students. When introduced to the high school, block scheduling's appeal partially came from the fact that it resembles the way in which college schedules work, thus allowing for high schoolers to more easily transition out of public schools. However, we, as current high school students, only transitioned into the block schedule so easily as we had the intermittent freedoms and responsibilities of Middlebrook's current scheduling and transition. In summary, my concerns, especially in regards to the current 5th and 6th graders, is that they are not ready to move from a system of short bursts of time, in which they simply go from class to class, as Julie had said, to that of a schedule with a system and a time frame which resembles that of actual college courses. I implore the Board of Education to reconsider their decisions and, if still adamant in altering Middlebrook's schedule, to at least look into some of the alternative proposals made in regards to scheduling. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Eli Patania. I live at 85 Chicken Street, and I am not a senior, but I am a junior. The newly proposed block schedule for Middlebrook has captivated the attention of the parents and the faculty present at this meeting. The leaders of the Middlebrook administration label it as a profound step towards a higher quality of education, but have been unable to substantiate their claims with reliable and credible evidence. They have ultimately failed at their responsibility as the leaders of Wilton students to openly and expressly communicate the short and long-term benefits of the proposed schedule. Their strongest evidence comes from expert testimonies and research on the topic, which they have neglected to publicize in their presentation for the schedule. They also neglected to share quantitative data on how a new block schedule would advance Middlebrook students' learning. In fact, they have done quite the opposite, cutting the humanities learning time by condensing reading and writing classes into an ELA block, as well as cutting statistics and probability from the next school year in place of a longer math block. At the high school, students enrolled in AP Calculus have shown incredibly high test scores, most years averaging between 4.5 and the maximum score of 5 points compared to the national average of roughly 3. Our humanities classes, such as AP English Language and AP English Literature, also display average scores roughly over a point higher than the national average. After progressing through Middlebrook, high school students display exemplary math and humanities skills that the town of Wilton prides itself on. Degrading students' entry into higher level education by cutting core curriculum early on counters basic intuition. In the opposite direction, the highlighted benefit of the proposed schedule, the skills block, imposes an unnecessary additional burden onto our already academically inclined students. The skills block, quoted word for word from the online presentation advocating the schedule, offers the opportunity to continue to engage in the curriculum, increase personal connections, complete assessments, and provide feedback on student progress and development, which as of now, the Middlebrook administration has no evidence to suggest students need more of. They push the narrative of an unsatisfactory current schedule, but have yet to display a single metric in support of the plan. They've evidenced the Guilford school system's pre-COVID policies, but refused or neglected to widely publicize or highlight the benefits of that system. 5 of the 6 qualitative analyses they have cited on the topic have been anywhere from 2 decades to half a century old, a massive issue in reporting on student psychology, which is a constantly changing field. The proposal of this plan has been rushed and hasty and has not been discussed or reviewed thoroughly enough for them to comprehensively explain its necessity.
By
Middlebrook administration's own admission, this current schedule has worked since 1993, a total of 30 years, and there is no reason to change it now.
You said you had good news?
Excuse me, can I also add a point?
It was just for the students.
For the students.
Yeah, all right, so this won't take 3 hours unless you want to get into it for 3 hours. Thank you. So just, to summarize, we've continued to just work at the initial budget proposal, and so there's been some good news in a variety of areas. The first, as Dawn had mentioned at the start of the meeting, Matt Knickerbocker has secured an agreement that's going to lower the cost of electricity for the remainder of this year and for next year. So consequently, the reforecasting of the electricity cost allows us to reduce that proposed budget line around $293,000. So that's really great news. We also got word from Lynn, the Board of Selectmen is going to support the installation of the security cameras through, I guess, some ARPA funds that the town has, so that's great. So we can remove the $233,000 from the line that those are on. We had a meeting with Brown & Brown, our medical insurance brokers, earlier this week, and we've been tracking the claims cost. And so one of the theories as we've been tracking claims over the last couple of years was there was a real dip during COVID because people weren't accessing healthcare, and then there was what they were calling this boomerang, where there was people returning to see their doctor, so we saw a spike in claims. We also had some concomitant increased high claim costs. So in the last 6 months or so, we're seeing claim costs, the trend come down again and level off. And so working with Brown & Brown, we think we can take that proposed line down another $394,000. That's really great news. We've gone, as you know, and we've talked about before, we've gone out to bid for a new insurance carrier, and so that process takes some time, and so we won't have bid proposals back until probably maybe late March, early April. We'll have a sense of things. So that's going to, we're not sure where that'll land, but I remain hopeful that that also might be able to drive down the cost. So there's some hope there as well. I summarized for you some of the other small reductions. And so Guardian was holding some of our costs flat, so we were able to take $1,000 out of life insurance. We were able to reduce defined contribution by $16,000. Maria and I, as I think some of you have heard, had a meeting with the STAR transportation contractor a week or so ago. And one of the challenges that they've had is the bus driver shortage. And so where that's impacted us primarily is in our athletic runs. And so consequently, as you saw last year too, we've had to contract out those runs to third-party providers. And so we've been relying on companies like Elite Limousine to transport our kids, and the cost of those transports are somewhere in the neighborhood of 3x what STA would charge. So STA made a modification to the dispatcher, so he's able to fill in now, so we can release another driver to provide a run, so that was one bus. They have brought in a couple of drivers from Naugatuck to fill in temporarily while several of the drivers who are coming through the pipeline get licensed. But the net of it is we can now cover, I think on average, it was 2 to 3 athletic runs a day, so STA has been resume being our primary athletics transportation provider. All that is to say is we can revise down that line as well. So there was another 83,000. And then we made some additional reductions, which you can see there. So we pared down training and conferences, another 21,000. Just watching the trend of diesel fuel, we felt pretty comfortable taking $10,000 out of that line. Small reduction with in-district transportation that really ties to ESY being 4 weeks, not 5 weeks. A small reduction in athletics, and then we just revised. We're working on a schedule to adjust our athletic trainer salary next year, and so just kind of working at that, we're able to take a little bit out of that line too, just with a refinement of the
Is that for one
estimates.
trainer or for everyone?
No, it's both. It's just, we need to adjust their pay, and we've come up with a schedule to do it. So what we had originally put in the budget as a placeholder, we've just been able to contract a little bit. Yeah. So the net of that is today is the initial proposal can be revised down 1.24%. So where it sits today is now 4.75%.
And what do these add up to, Kevin? Do you have that number? If not, don't worry about it.
You'll have to get out.
Yeah, if you want, I can add it up.
Yeah,
I just
it
didn't
might
know.
be on the detail sheet. So you can actually, what you'll just have to do is you'll see it on the detail sheet in the top highlighted yellow. Just subtract the original amount from
All
the
right.
90. It's
Yep.
just over $1 million.
Got it.
Thank you, I needed that tonight.
Good news, right? It's all good news. You had sent me some questions. I will get those out to you tomorrow. We've got most of them in, so there were a couple that were just, I needed to chew on, so I'll just give you the one that please discuss the programmatic implications of additional cuts. That's a big question to answer. So I think maybe I'll just send you the others and then come back to the ones that, are not easily answerable in a spreadsheet. And then we just have to, there's a number I have to give you this quantifies the outplacement costs as a percentage of the budget, and then the trend over 5 years.
Any questions for Kevin on the budget? Okay, under future business and information items, we will be having a joint Board of Education, Board of Finance meeting on Thursday, February 9th. That will meet at 7 o'clock here. Following that joint meeting, we will continue our Middlebrook scheduling conversation. And there will be a regular meeting on February 16th. That is also the budget vote scheduled. Then there will be a regular meeting on March 2nd. Long-range planning is taking place on Wednesday, March 8th at 6 o'clock. And then the next regular meeting is scheduled for March 16th. Comments from the public. The board has set aside time at the beginning and end of regular meetings for public comment for members of the public. 2 minutes will be given to each speaker with a maximum of 15 minutes to any one subject. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment?
My name is Andrew Nixagi. I teach 8th grade math at Middlebrook School, and I'm president of the WEA. We heard tonight from a Middlebrook teacher who supports the proposed block schedule at Middlebrook. I would like to remind you that the WEA surveyed Middlebrook teachers, and the results reveal that 90% of Middlebrook teachers oppose the proposed block schedule. Themes and frequently cited statements from that survey have been shared with our principal and with the Board of Education. We also heard tonight about the elimination of transitions that a block schedule would provide. This would not be the reality. Transition times would be replaced by breaks that would be needed in the long 87-minute blocks. Additionally, we heard tonight that we can't teach 8 units of illustrative math per year using the current schedule. The proposed block schedule calls for less instructional time than the current schedule. When you consider that our high school teachers have told us to expect to teach 2/3 of what we currently teach, one has to ask how the block schedule will allow our students to learn more math. Middlebrook math teachers are unanimously opposed to the proposed block schedule. The skills block has been discussed tonight at length. Teachers are, quite frankly, overwhelmed at the thought of how they're going to manage this. The bulk of students with learning difficulties will be going to this hour and without learning difficulties will be going to this hour-and-a-half period every other day for a full year after having hours of back-to-back academics. The prospect of students potentially languishing in skills classes rather than in core academic classes that will propel them forward is alarming. 90% of Middlebrook teachers implore you to prevent the implementation of this proposed block schedule and the proposed layoff of dedicated Middlebrook teachers. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Mark Shaner. I live on Chicken Street in Wilton. I have a 6th grader at Middlebrook today. We've heard a lot about the schedule, and I know it's getting late. I'd love to give an eloquent argument, but I just want to make some observations on this discussion and simply reiterate the fact that I feel like this is being pushed through in a rushed way. It's amazing to me to hear people say that we spent 4 years on this, and yet the first we hear of it is a month and a half ago. I think it's just a poor showing in terms of the amount of concrete answers we have for 4 years of work. I also want to just note a few things over the course of the budget workshop and then tonight's conversation. One, with refreshing candor, our superintendent has acknowledged that this is fundamentally a budget exercise. And I think we need to separate the budget from the bell schedule, from the curriculum changes, and really I appreciate the efforts to tease those apart and stop bundling them together in an all or nothing deal. Two, we were told that the Hudson River School, IS 289, is an example of how helpful a block schedule is. I encourage you to go look at IS 289's website. They have published a sample 6th grade schedule. Math meets 5 times a week on an 8-period schedule. It meets for a double period once a week. That is the 6th grade schedule, and that is the only core class that meets for a double period in the IS 289 schedule in 6th grade. We have asked for a comparison of both a student schedule and a teacher schedule today and under the block. We have yet to receive the teacher schedule, and the student schedule continues to be illustrative with the skills block left vague. We have been told that there are fewer transitions, but in fact, with the sample schedule we saw today, we saw that the number of transitions in a day is only reduced by 2 to 3, unless you happen to be in the grade where lunch creates 2 additional transitions in the middle of a block. We've been told that the IM curriculum has a block schedule. If you look at the IM website, it has block schedule guidance on how to adapt the curriculum to a block schedule. That's not how it was built. We have been told that no other school in the DERG separates ELA. But we've also been told that no other school in the DERG operates a block schedule, which means when the board asks why we can't do a 7-period schedule with combined ELA, that would seem to be an effective schedule that other schools in the DERG are operating with.
Mark, that's 2 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
I will. Thank you. The last thing I'll just point out, again, a final observation. One of the sources tonight was written by Ginger Markham on the effectiveness of block schedules in middle school. Ginger Markham is a 7th grade math and science teacher in Columbus, Georgia. Why do we listen to a 7th grade teacher in Columbus, Georgia, but not the teachers in Wilton? Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Okay. I'm Ming Shi. I'm in 181 Old Boston Road. I want to add to what, I'm sorry, forgot your name. What he had just now on the Hudson River Middlebrook their schedule, they don't have 90-minute block every day. They only have one block, 90 minutes each day. All the others are regular, like a 40 minutes block. I think somebody also mentioned Guilford. I also looked at their website. They don't have 90 minutes block. They have 51 minutes for core classes. For other classes, they have 35, 40, or maybe 30 minutes. And they don't alternate on ABs. One other point I want to mention is most of the research that you guys, well, thank you for the presentation, first of all. You used are based on high schools, not for middle schools. Even on high schools, there is no definite conclusion that it is better. One of the papers that I searched said that it is actually bad, for low-performing students. For average or above students, it might be better. It really doesn't matter. I just, how the middle school students cope on the 90 minutes block is really questioning uncertainty. I don't think we should take that much risk before vetting it through. That's, my comment. I also have two questions for the school administration. How is half day going to work? Half days. Basically how is half day works? How do you make up the time for that shortened period on just those blocks? The other question I have, it sounds like on the skill blocks, all the teachers are still going to spend more, time with a small group of students. Doesn't this mean extra work for them? Are they willing to do that? Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Wei Fang. I'm living at 17 Gaylord Drive North. Thanks everyone first for sharing all the additional information. I think that clarifies a lot of things and also puts a lot more concerns. So first of all, I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a fourth grader, although it's not the time, but I do see that they're coming into the stage that they need to accept lots of changes. So it's mentioned that we want to do our best for the kids' best interest. However, it's not what I see, given that to me, it looks like we're putting them as experimental for trying out this new schedule. For the school district, it might be fine. If we fail, we can try another one. But for our kids, it's just one time. If it fails, it fails for them forever. And I see English as a building block for them to success in the future. And I'm not a native speaker, and as a family that coming from another different country, I see English plays a critical role in helping them success in the future. And thanks, Jan, for bringing out this question about what are we going to do for the multi-language families. Based on the schedule, I don't see any help. And if they turn out that the grade decrease, what are we going to do? I don't see a clear plan for helping them out. And the second thing is we've been concentrating and we've been emphasizing on how great teacher that we have and what are the things that we're expecting them to do. Have we talked to them yet? And based on the survey, I can hear that 90% of the teachers are against it. If our hope is to be on the teacher to figure out the schedule and to help out the students, and if they are against it, I see a controversial issue. So it won't success. And the last issue I think I want to bring out is it's also mentioned that the success rating is related to the time spent, and with the decrease in studying, regardless of whether I think most of it's instructional reading, with the reduction of time spending, how can we help them to success? I think that's all the point I want to bring up, and really appreciate you for the intense 3-hour meeting, and thanks everyone.
My name is Xiaoming Wang. I live in the 182 Pinball Walk Road. I forgot to mention the first speak. After hear the presentation, I really felt that a lot of work could be done from school district. I really want to thank you. I think on the BOE side, on the school district, everybody is doing their work, try to help the kids. But after hear all this, I still feel like a lot of questions still need to be answered, be clarified. And I just want to ask one question. Do we really have the issues here? I mean, from the parents, do we receive enough complaint or from teachers that need to start this investigation to figure out what's the alternative, what's the better way? Because I know our teacher at school love our kids, but I think parents really love our kids the most. And if it's from the parents, have a complaint about the current structure, I think that's definitely a good cause for us to do all this, right? And after all, we just come out of the pandemic, and now we are asking our kids to embrace this new change. I think it's not wise. And in a company, if the process is working, we don't want to change. We want to improve, but definitely not change. So please think about it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Clock is 10:53, almost 4 hours. It's very long. Yeah, honestly, I'm tired. I think you are tired too. Yeah, especially for the BOE members, your volunteers, and I only do this. This is my first time I'm in the board meeting, but you do it every week, so I really appreciate your work. Yeah, I also appreciate the stuff from the school side. Yeah, it's very late, and the school is very early tomorrow morning. My biggest surprise by the schedule is not the schedule itself, but by how ELA was cut by half. In the past, we have 2 classes, like 85 minutes per day, but now we have 87 hours every 2 days. Why such a dramatic change? It's very surprised. I think we did not come to the conclusion of having two year classes a day by chance. It must have a good reason. I don't know when we have this, but it must have some time. And then maybe good argument why we have two year classes in the past. Does the rationing or reason change from the periods? If so, we need to argue why things have changed, so we have to cut the schedule by half. We don't see that argument here. They just say, hey, we do this, do that, but don't say why we cut it by half. Why not cut science? Why not cut physical education? Why not cut biology? Why not cut math? Why not cut scholars, piano, or singing, everything else? Why not cut ELA? So there's no strong argument here. Yeah, I want to hear more why we want to cut that thing in particular. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else in the room or online?
Hello, everyone. My name is Kundong, and I live in Gruma Hill Road. So, in my life, I'm so sorry. I'm just very emotional for now because as being a foreigner here, I experience a lot. English is not my native. I'm not an English native speaker, and I am a quality assurance engineer in a software company. So in my life, it's very hard for me to say no because I'm not good at express myself in English. But in my own language, I am a very, very humorous person. I'm a very popular girl, but not here, not in this country. And in my work, in my job, and I work hard. I work very hard than any people else. And my boss likes me. But I worked in a company for 10 years. But I cannot be promoted to be like a manager role because I'm not good at communication. That's how the English learning affects me. And the thing is, in my life, in my job, I always say yes. Because, it's very hard for me when I have some different opinion with others. So everything I will say, okay, of course, you're right, I will do it. Because I don't want to fight with other people. I don't want to conflicting with other peoples. But today, I think maybe the first time for me in this country, I really joined a public event because I want to say no. I cannot agree with this. I really cannot. This is really touched my bottom line, my kid. I need to say no. I cannot agree with this. And so the thing is, I still want to say thank you. Thank you. I believe every people in this room, we work hard. We tried our best. We want to give our kids, all the kids in the Wilton, a bright future. I believe so. That's the reason why it's almost 11 o'clock. We are still up here. And I also want to say, you guys, you are well-cultured people in the United States. You are very lucky. You were born in this country and, you are growing up in a very friendly environment. And, the thing is, when you have a different opinion and every people can still speak very friendly, you did not fight. But in my company, people, they from different country. The most of the people, we are doing the technical job, like the software engineer, QA engineer, or the database, or the customer support, we speak different language. English is not our mother language. And, it's very easy for us, for people to feel, we don't agree. We say very strong words, just to embarrass you. But actually it is not. We just want to resolve the problem. We want to make the project going forward. But because English, we did not have very good English learning arts classes when we were in our, own country. As the immigration generation, and we came to this country, when we are in our 20s, or maybe when we are in our 30s. You guys are lucky. English is your mother language. You don't know what we experienced. You don't know. You never know. And 5 years ago...
Do you have one more point? Because you've more than 2 minutes. Do you have one more point and then we'll stop?
Okay, so I just want to say, I cannot agree with this. And, in our IT field, when we release the project, we always have plan A and plan B. If plan A failed, we will launch our plan B. We will roll it back. But, this is our case. Our case, they have 6, 7, 8 years only once. How can we roll everything out? Please consider about this. And, when we release a project, when we have a proposal, we will have very detailed plan. We will say, if this failed, what will happen? If else. But now here, I did not hear that. So this just cannot convince me. I'm so sorry to the people who bring this, who plan this for so long, but I just cannot. I really feel it cannot convince me. Thank you everybody for my first time speech in the United States.
Any other comments? Meeting adjourned at 11:01.
It's going to be very cold. A cold day.